Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. Hello. How are we doing today on this fine Thursday? Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. Mamsier Thippers. Thresnelder Hypno. And my boy Zerk. I know I said I was going to do something different today. But we are still going to grind AKALI because the more I think about it, the more I come to the very obvious realization that Barcelona is gonna be fucking tough. This meta is both incredibly exciting, like I think this meta is gonna be very fun to watch, but it's also very stressful, and if I really want to have a shot of doing actually well and being able to at least compete for the medal card, I think I have to put in the work, and I may as well do so while I'm streaming. Two birds in one stone. Hey Mog, what is your opinion on Infinite Lux? Is it top tier, unhealthy for the game? Should it exist, or should it be banned? Okay, so you got 4 questions there. Yes, yes, no, yes. So, dude, yeah. Is it top tier? Yes. Is it unhealthy for the game? Absolutely. Should it exist? No. Should it be banned? 100%. It's the worst aspect of Riftbound right now, and the fact that Echo didn't get banned is a travesty, in my opinion. This deck is really difficult for newer players. AKALI, I mean, yes. To be fair, Infinite Lux is also very difficult for newer players. But yes, no, this deck is very very complex. And I'm gonna test out a couple of changes that I'm gonna talk about real quick, and I'm also gonna talk about a couple of changes that I've already made to the sideboard specifically, which some of you may have noticed. I'm gonna yap a little bit as I go through my thought process, as I'm trying to both figure out the best way to pilot this archetype, which is still relatively fresh to me. And I'm also gonna be talking about what I believe, you know, what is arguably the worst matchup, because I think I've realized what it is. I mean, some of you have already hinted at it yesterday. And I'm gonna talk about like a little bit about prep and all that stuff, and then we're gonna grind some games. I kind of want to have some people come in though, so I don't have to like go in circles when I talk. I faced a Lux combo this morning, a 10-minute solitaire game for him. It's just not. It's a shit deck. Like the fact that that deck exists is absolutely disgusting. I think it should be hotfixed. I think it's just it's literally unwatchable. Like if you put a Lux deck on stream in a regional qualifier, you're gonna scare people away from the game. It's not good for newer players. It's not good for casual viewers. It's not good for competitors, period, because it's a deck that's just extremely polarizing. It's just like, okay, do you sideboard the direct counter to this or not? Can you score points on my turn at reaction speed? Can you turbo through me before I pop off? There's no more. Like Lux games against Lux are just fundamentally more simple than pretty much any other matchup, because Lux is very rarely interacting with you. It's a shit deck. Some people will try to defend it, but they are wrong. It should not be part of the game. It makes the game worse, and it has to go. Have you tested Kaisa? Yeah, I'm going to talk about that, actually. Not yet, but I'm actually going to test her today. Hello, best AKALI player. Well, I'll accept it. I'm like 3 days into playing her, but yeah, I think we're there. How you doing? Solobile? English. That's how I feel about purple decks. They're everywhere, constantly in the top 8. That's set 2 you're talking about. Purple is still a strong color. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's still a great... It's still arguably one of, if not the best color, but it's not like... It's not the problem that it was in set 2. Right now, we have an incredibly diverse meta where a bunch of other things are playable, and I don't think... like, my issue with Lux is on a whole, like, the problem that Lux represents to Riftbound, like the Echo. I shouldn't say Lux so much. The problem is like Echo. Like Echo the card is fundamentally orders of magnitude bigger than any other problem in the game. Like it's that bad. Infinite Lux. Infinite Lux has to go. Infinite Lux is a monstrosity that should not exist. I'll remember the card hover. Yeah, I'll try to hover over my cards better. Does Alan's share your opinion on Lux? To be honest, I have no idea. I don't talk to him that much. You know, because he's Polish. And that's how Polish people are, I think. Not very talkative. He said she's bait. And he hopes people is gonna play her so he can farm on them. Lux? So it's undeniable that Allen's is one of the best players in the world, and he definitely knows what he's doing more than most people. But I know the guy to an extent. It's not like I've been his childhood friend, you know, but I've known him for quite some time. He tends to speak in absolutes often when that's not the case. Like, he will say stuff like, oh, this match is it's literally like, I can't lose this matchup. It's literally unlosable for me. And then he talks about a game against that matchup where he would have lost if his opponent didn't misplay. You know, like he tends to be on the money. Like, he's also stated that Irelia is a noob trap, right? I'm not at the level he is, obviously. Like, I don't have the game knowledge that he has. There may be some truth to that statement, but the way he says things, it's like he's very like all in. And sometimes I think sometimes he just trolls a little bit, to be honest. But you know, he talks shit. And things are generally more complicated than how he presents them. So take what he says with a grain of salt, right? What does noob trap mean? Basically, it means that he thinks Irelia is actually a bad deck, and worse players gravitate towards it thinking it's actually good. Which is a hot take, right? And you know, but that's Alan. That's just how he is, guys. Like, I don't believe that anything he says is like dead wrong when it comes to Riftbound. Like, I think even his most outrageous statements have a sprinkle of truth to them, right? But I'm just saying it's how he presented. Like some people take what he says like very literally, and it's just like, oh, so like this deck is terrible. So like, you know, and it's just like, okay, it's a little bit more complicated than that. There's nuance to everything, yeah. But it's I don't believe he actually legitimately disregards it. I just think he acts like he disregards it. It's just kind of his thing, you know? Like, I don't believe he believes himself when he says like 0 or 100 things like that. You know what I mean? he just says them because he's Alan. So just take that in mind. Because, you know, because like the Lux deck, like he lost to the Lux deck in the regional on camera, right? Like the Lux deck is not like bait. The Lux deck is extremely dangerous, extremely polarizing. It's a deck that if you do not have an answer for it, you're in danger. Like you're almost automatically losing. It's a deck that demands some kind of answer. Now, him playing Mel, it's very, very likely that he has some dedicated counters to it, and he feels extremely confident to it, and he's gonna farm it, and that's great. I believe that. I don't believe for a second that Alan is not gonna be prepared for, you know, strong decks that are likely to, you know, but it's not like, it's not the case where like, don't interpret it as like, oh, Lux is actually secretly a terrible deck and people just think it's good, because it's very dangerous. It's very problematic and it's very unhealthy for the game. He's been like that back in the Legend of Runeterra days as well. He's not wrong, but he tends to exaggerate things. Mostly black and white, no gray in between. Hey, that's just how he talks. It's just how he talks. But he like I said, he's never like, he exaggerates, but he's never like dead wrong about stuff. You know, like he's never, and he's proved entire communities wrong in the past as well. Like you gotta acknowledge that as well. Like I think the best example of this is with Ezreal. When he won with Ezreal in Bologna, like most people did not think Ezreal was a top tier deck, and he dominated with it for an entire regional. He just dunked on everybody with it. So I've said it since like day one of the expansion. I've said it from the beginning. I don't know what people are on about, saying that Mel is a meh deck. Mel is a terrifying fucking deck, and I actually hope to God that it doesn't become popular in Barcelona. It is a terrifying deck and has the potential to be one of the best. Like anybody who says otherwise is just wrong. Like the signature spell is fucking absurd. And that color combination is just getting better and better tools. The new 4-drop is ridiculous. Like that empowers itself and just allows you to just pop off. Shock Blast works really well with that deck. Like, and it's just, you know, it's just like a good deck. Very good tools for an actual real blue-purple control deck that has Defy, but it's except it's not Defy. Like just the idea of blue-purple having Defy is disgusting. But no, it's an Omega Defy. It's a Defy that if I can't play Falling Star against her. Like if I do not have Defy, I cannot play Falling Star. That is so fucking scary. Even her legend ability isn't bad. People wanted the -2 to be action speed. It would just be strictly better. Yeah. Like even her like the tricky thing is finding. I think Alan is playing the 3-drop, empowered mage guy. Even her ability is pretty damn solid. Like it just gives you a very easy conquer that forces your opponent to do something. And blue purple just wants, like, what they want the most is they want you to commit your spells before they do. Because then if you reveal your trick first, they're gonna win that exchange 9 times out of 10. So Mel's ability is just like, just because it's not like, you know, it's not Ezreal that draws you a card every now and then, like once every 2 turns it draws you a card. Like it's not a dead ability. Like people were really downplaying the ability, and it's really not that bad. And I never agreed with like the logic that was just like, no, with a legend it's always most important, like the most important thing is the legend and the chosen champion, and then we talk about the signature spell. No, with rebuttal in the mix, that argument has no legs. Like, give me a legend that has like no fucking text and give me a card like rebuttal. Like, holy fuck, dude. Another thing funny of like, you know what Alan said? No, but Moonfall is better. Bullshit. Mogwai, combo decks don't really exist yet in Riftbound. Yes, they do. With Lux being the first competitive one, shouldn't it be allowed to exist? No. There's a difference between combo decks and decks that just like literally automatically win the game if the game goes to a certain extent. Like it is not, no, it's just not healthy for the game. Any sort of deck that just is completely uninteractive. There are combo decks that exist besides that, like Jhin, for example. Jhin is a combo deck, but Jhin interacts with you a lot. Like they try to remove your board, because they don't just automatically win after X turn every game. Like Lux is just not, it should not be a thing. You felt like you were missing attack power by switching one more pendulum blade for one back off. I actually took the back off out for a 3rd Emperor's Divide. I'm still not 100% certain on that change, but yeah, I just started talking with chat. Like I haven't even started talking about the deck because I got some new intel. I played some more games. I made a couple of changes, and today I'm gonna test out 2 changes that I want to discuss as well. Oh my god, that is literally what combo is. Have you played anything but lore and Ripbound? Yeah, I played Magic the Gathering for years. I played Is It. I know what combo means. I absolutely know what combo means, and you do not, like, you have to also have to understand that Riftbound and Magic the Gathering and games like that are very different games at their core, how they function. Win conditions in Riftbound are inherently more restricted because they revolve around 2 battlefields and there's only a set total of 8 points. In Magic the Gathering, every single attacker that you have can have a wide range of power. So the way you win a Magic game and the way you win a Riftbound game are inherently very different. And a deck like Lux existing in a game like Riftbound is extremely unhealthy. I also played Yu-Gi-Oh! And I made top 4 nationals in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I didn't just play Laser Runeterra Riftbound. It needs to go. It's like it's the same reasoning behind the miracle decks with Draven in set 2, but times 1,000. I don't know, it feels like the Lux hate feels slightly overtuned after Chaos dominating 68% of the recent top 8. Okay, so that you're using percentages and numbers. What, like you're using a percentage to reference 8 decks out of the top 8 of one regional, without you're not even talking about like what happened in the regional literally right before that in Utrecht. How many Chaos decks were in Utrecht in the top 8? I'll tell you, 2. 25%. Chaos is a strong color, but like, and also like you can't, if you go 2 back in regionals, you're taking into account past sets as well. Like, are you counting? Because set 2 definitely had a problem with Chaos. But that problem was not a thing in set 3. It still is a strong color, but not to the extent that it just completely prevented other color combinations to shine. Like, that's just not true. I was the first guy who complained about Chaos in set 2 because that was a problem. And the game got a lot better since. Hey man, I've been playing AKALI since he was announced. Our lists look very similar. I was curious on why you're not running Noxus Hopeful. Would love to hear your insight. Yes, I don't play Noxus Hopeful because we lack proactive 1 energy plays that we want to play early. Because Shuriken Flip is a proactive 1 energy play, but it's a play that costs us 1 power, which means we pretty much never want to play this card in the early portions of the game. So the only scenario where we're actually developing a Noxus Hopeful reliably is just by chaining it alongside another 2-drop. Because otherwise, what are we going to do? Just play an on guard onto a unit into Noxus Hopeful? Like, it's extremely clunky in this deck. It only really changed with other 2-drops. And I don't like Noxus Hopeful in those kind of lists. For example, a deck like Kaisa has Stupefy, which is a proactive 1 energy play that you can play whenever and enables Noxus Hopeful. You can also chain it alongside the 2-drops like I mentioned. You also have the Hex deck. The Hextech Ray, I think it's called, like the 1 mana deal 3, you know, that you get to pay for no power because of Kaisa. You have a lot more proactive plays with Kaisa that can enable Noxus Hopeful. I also like Noxus Hopeful in Pike Control because, or just Chaos decks in general, because you have stacked deck. So you can play stacked deck into Noxus Hopeful. And that makes a huge difference. The moment you lack plays like that, all of our cheap plays cost power, which means we're not consuming them early, and that means we're not able to play the Noxus Hopeful reliably. Thank you for the Prime, by the way, Sleeper Reaver, but that's my logic. It's just awkward. It's just awkward. Like, sometimes you're gonna be like, okay, I go first. And also, there's even more reasons not to play Noxus Hopeful, because you're going first, you're never gonna play turn 1, right? So when do you want to play Noxus Hopeful? A lot of times on turn 2. But this deck has like a bazillion 4-drops that you want to play on curve. Predominantly Jhin, but also Stellarcorn Herder. So you don't want to go double 2-drop often on going, though sometimes it does happen, okay? Sometimes you do want to do that depending on the matchup if you're afraid of dropping a Stellarcorn Herder too early, right? But generally speaking, like, it's just gonna feel really awkward. And the lack of a 1 energy, like the lack of a Stupefy or a stacked deck, actually makes it the Legion hard for us to enable early. AKALI looks cool. I haven't looked at Ripbound in a while. How did she stack up? Well, I think she's underrated. I think she has a lot of potential, and I love playing her. And I wanna try her for that. Yeah, I was running into that problem where I'd have 3-4 drops in hand. It feels nice to drop an Noxus Hopeful, but he was my first choice for a cut. Yeah. It's a great card. It's just, unfortunately, this is not the deck for it. Mournful Witness can become our Noxus Hopeful, right? It's like a different version of Noxus Hopeful that actually is easier for this deck to enable. Top 3 tough matchups. Okay, so as of now, because of the way my sideboard is designed, I pretty much auto lose to Infinite Lux. Okay, so that's one. But I'm not really gonna talk too much about that because that deck is extremely polarizing, and you either have a counter for it or you don't, right? Okay, so and I can think about I just with Lux I have the theory that people are really hyping up like the deck and stuff, but I also believe that it won't be as represented because there's no best of for Lux, and because it's a very, very particular playstyle that just requires memorization above all things. And I think sociopaths enjoy playing a deck like Lux. I think normal people don't really enjoy playing a deck like that. So I actually don't think people keep talking about how she's gonna be everywhere in tournaments, but she never is. So because fundamentally, I think a lot of people realize the reality that the deck is about as fun as watching paint dry in the middle of a Polish summer, and you just don't want any part of that. Like it's you rather go inside, get yourself a glass of water, and actually do something that's fun instead. So I think that it actually makes sense to just ignore Lux. And if I just run into one, then so be it. We gamba. I just think that making the rest of my sideboard better against everything else statistically will make more sense in the end. Because there is also like, because people will be willing to play something that's not very fun if there's a incentive to do so aside from it. But because there's no best of for Lux, that incentive does not exist. So I don't think she's gonna be very popular, actually. So aside from that, what would I say? What is the toughest matchup? I think a lot of you, I think people won't be shocked when I say this. Draven is an absolute nightmare. Draven is the worst matchup. If I queue into a Draven, I'm gonna shit my pants. And then, you know, I'll get a fan and I'll try to act like nothing happened, and then I'll figure out what to do. But Draven is a massive problem for this deck. For newer players, the reason why Draven is such a problem is because Draven's legend allows you to draw every time you win a combat. And that is the absolute worst ability we could ever hope for as AKALI. Because we literally have a legend that functions around getting into combat, getting the hell out of there, losing the combat, even though we didn't lose any units in the process, getting a benefit from that, and then going back in. But the problem is that if we do that against Draven, every single time we do that shit, we're gonna draw them a card. And that's terrible. So I actually faced a Draven. I faced 2 Dravens this morning. The first one, it was my first time in the matchup. It was horrifying. I also wasn't really sure how to play it. I got bodied. Okay. The second time, I actually went 1-1, and I basically pulled a miracle win. Like I honestly, I just outplayed the fuck out of him in the second game, and won the game off of like a position where he just felt like he couldn't lose, and he got so mad that he just left without playing the third game. Still, immediately after those games, I went and I added 2 copies of Decree of Focus to my sideboard. I read this card wrong, by the way, and I think a lot of you did too as well. Choose a friendly unit that's in combat with an enemy Fury unit, or that's being chosen by an enemy Fury spell. Like, I did not read that. Because I'm bad at reading cards, I'm an idiot. This can counter like a falling star. This card is a lot better than I thought it was. And it is very good against Draven. It is incredible against Draven because most of their units are red. Their key units that are going to give us problems: Kaisa, Darius, Ferris Forerunner, Noxus Hopeful. They're all red. The purples are their 2-drops generally, and Vex, and that's it. The 2-drops are easier for us to handle. The red units are bigger, and those are the ones that are going to be the deciding factor in combat. And this card just says, give my unit +4 might for 1, which is egregious, right? This card gives us hope in Draven while being useful, very, very useful, by the way, in another scary matchup, which would be Rek'Sai. This card is amazing against Rek'Sai. I know I talk about Rek'Sai a lot, but I think Rek'Sai is a strong deck, and it's a particular playstyle that you want to factor in. And other Fury decks running around, right? Like if I run into any Zeds, I don't know how good this would be against Zed specifically, but it could be useful against Zed. What other red legends are there? Let me actually check this. Against Annie. Very good against Annie. Very good against Rengar. Stonks against Rengar, which we should also consider. Quite solid against Kaisa as well. Very good against Kaisa, actually, because Falling Star, Hextech Ray, like you just counter a lot of that shit. So very good against Kaisa. And then some more fringe matchups, you know, like Lucian and Jhin and stuff. Volibear, if that's a thing, right? And of course Pyke. Very, very good against Pyke. Like, it's better than I thought against Pyke because you can use it to save a unit from a falling star. And you can use it to counter, like, an accelerated Pyke, for example. So this card does a lot. And it helps us in our weakest matchup in Draven. And that warrants 2 slots from it. I am going to main AKALI, yes. No Darius or Yasuo on deck, no. And I have a good reason for that. I'm going to get to that in a minute. So yeah, and to answer the question, like Lux, Draven, and then the other terrible matchup, I'm honestly not sure yet. I think Mel is scary. Like, I actually think Diana should be manageable because we play Falling Star, and Falling Star is literally the best card in the game against Diana. And we do get to play that. We embrace combat and we are vulnerable, but we have some techs in the sideboard. Like, I still like the Twilight Shroud as a one-off. And you know, we have Defies, right? Like, we have game, and we can make use of our AKALI. Instead of just like moving something back immediately, we can actually go in for an attack, wait for them to play something, and then we can get the fuck out of there. So there's a lot of things that we can do. Then we bring in Piercing Light. So I actually like the Diana matchup, but Mel is a scary matchup just because of the rebuttal. Rebuttal is so strong against us because we play Falling Star. So we have to figure out what the hell to do there. And I need to test out, but I was gonna mention that there's a couple of things that I want to try out. I've been happy with the 2 Pendulum Blades. But I think realistically, if I'm going to the regionals, I don't want to do it, but I think I have to. I think I have to add in a main deck Bird of Steel and have 2 in the sideboard. Because it can give me an edge. It can be the difference between winning game 1 or not against Aurora a lot of times. Hi Mega, I feel like this deck will struggle to generate might under non-ideal conditions. Maybe Cleave would be good. So, hey man, your statement kind of contradicts itself though. If the deck is going to struggle to generate might under non-ideal conditions, then why would I play a card that is even more restricted when it comes to generating might? As I've stated numerous times, but I'll say it again, red spell combat tricks. Basically, red combat tricks are fundamentally inferior to green ones. Like, On Guard is significantly better than Cleave. And Discipline is just Discipline, right? In order for my combat tricks to be like, if I would ever think about adding a Cleave, that would be a 3rd On Guard instead. Like, I think anybody who runs red spells instead of green spells in AKALI is just doing it wrong. Rebuttal scares me like crazy. I could see a potential ban there. You just have to learn to play around it. I don't know what that looks like exactly. But basically, the game plan is simple, ladies and gentlemen. We leave Defy exclusively for rebuttal. That's it. We defy the rebuttal. How come you drop Jace? So I dropped Jace for a couple of reasons. First of all, I liked how AKALI felt. I think there's some more broken shit that I can do with AKALI than with Jace at the moment. I liked my tempo Jace deck. It was fun and it could definitely compete. But I do think it is more inherently draw dependent, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of gear hate, especially now that we have 10 card sideboards going on. And Jace does not... My take on Jace does not play well into that. I think we're going to see... I think I have to give in to the fact that the most common kind of Jace is gonna be an Aurora deck. Until the card pool expands and there's more options. There are some great gears, but right now playing a 4 energy gear. His chosen champions are also leave a lot to be desired. So I'm never gonna be playing Aurora. I think Aurora is one of the most boring archetypes in the game. I also think like dedicating myself to Aurora will not help me improve as a player. And I just find it, I have like zero interest in Aurora, and that's just something that I'm never gonna do. Like I'm not an Aurora player. Like I'm not gonna play a game like Riftbound and play the most unga bunga boring deck in it. So AKALI has she just has a lot of things that I really like about the playstyle. It's a very skill-intensive deck. It has control elements to it. I get to play Falling Star. And I feel like it's a deck that can ultimately suit me, like a deck that I can work really hard to master, because it's a deck that I can rope in a little bit, because I am prone to roping, but because of Akali's nature, I can push. Because the reality is, with my mental speed, I just think I'm too slow to play control decks. But I can be slow playing this and play it well. It's also, you know, it's an honest, like, and I just really enjoy her. And I feel like there's tremendous potential. I think that in a vacuum, Shuriken Flip is an insane card. Like, actually broken. What is Jace's top deck right now? Just, yeah, it's Aurora Slop, unfortunately, yeah. Did you ever try Lorcana? No, I didn't. You know, gameplay is the most important aspect of a card game for me. Having that said, I also do happen to care about the IP, like card art, presentation, and everything. And let's just say that I'm inherently more excited about playing a card game about League of Legends characters than Disney characters. like that does factor in for me. So, and I right now I don't have any incentive to play any other card game besides this. Like, this card game is perfect for my taste. And I want to try to get good at it. I'm glad you mentioned it. This is not meant as a flame or anything, but I remember a few weeks ago watching you play some Control, and I had to tune out because the turns took 15 minutes of roping. Okay, so first of all, you're exaggerating a little bit. If every turn took 15 minutes, then I would play literally 4 turns in an hour. Second of all, I still rope. So if you think that I take too long to make my plays and stuff, then maybe my stream is just not for you. Like, I'm not trying to flame you here, but I'm just being real with you. Like, I'm not a fast player, especially when I'm trying to learn something. I will take as much time as I need. Obviously, I'm gonna try to, like, I'm not gonna try to run the clock like forever or anything like that. Like, I do want to factor in, like, I don't want to leave my opponent hanging, but I'm not gonna rush my plays. I'm not gonna rush my plays, especially when I need to perfect my piloting and learn, you know, because the more I go through these decisions, the faster I'll be able to make them, right? I need to understand the core of the deck and how I win games, and I also play slower when I'm streaming as well, because I'm narrating what I'm doing, and that inherently slows down my ability to think properly, so I play slower. My whole point is that I'm a slow player. I will own that. Like, I don't deny that. I take no shame in that. I'm a slow player because I like to take my time thinking of the ins and out of stuff. I think there is such a thing as being too fast of a player and misplaying because of it. But my point is that I can afford to be slower, like I am, with a deck like this that is more combat centric and is capable of pushing points quickly than with a control deck, especially the case of a control deck that took a long time to score points, right? So the changes that I've been thinking about doing that I'm going to experiment with today is I'm actually going to main deck one Brittle Steel, and I'm going to take out a Pendulum Blade, and I'm going to add the Pendulum Blade in the sideboard. I don't want to do this. Like, I hate having to do this. Like, I like Pendulum Blade, but I need to have a main deck gear hate. I think it's going to come into play. There's so many matchups where it comes in handy, like, not just Aurora. I have a tendency of running into Aurora often in tournaments, so, like, I feel like just having the Brittle Steel main deck will make a difference in those matchups. If I'm able to win game one guaranteed, then... or not guaranteed, but if I have a chance, sorry, of winning game one because I have the Brittle Steel in the deck, that just means I have to win one more. Like, if you win game one against Aurora, that's just huge, because it's actually unlikely after post sideboard for you to lose back-to-back games against Aurora, despite having full gear hate, right? So being able to win in game one takes a huge amount of pressure off. The card is also good against Irelia. It's useful against Azir. It's also not... it's useful against Draven. Like, it destroys an axe, right? So it's not terrible against Draven. And even in some fringe matchups, it can pop something like a Sprite Fountain, for example, and deny your opponent a point. You know, like, it's not 100% dead, but it's not great either. But I think as a one-off, we have to make that sacrifice. I do feel like we should be playing it main deck. I still like the Pendulum Blade in the sideboard. I'm running the Decree of Focus, and we can go with this and see how it goes. The other change that I want to experiment with is actually just going with only one AKALI Silent, and instead of a second AKALI Silent, playing a Kaisa, not in the sideboard, sorry, in the main. And playing a Kaisa in the main, because the more games I play, the more situations I end up in where drawing a second AKALI doesn't really make much of a difference. And since I tend to prioritize my other 4 drops before AKALI, having one Kaisa gives me something else to do. Like, sometimes I need a unit that can just accelerate on its own and can function really well with Shuriken Flip. Sometimes I just need a good unit to play on curve. I haven't found my Jhin. I feel like I'm in a matchup where Stellarcorn Herder is more vulnerable to play immediately, so I can just slam in a Kaisa on my second turn instead. So these are the changes that I'm gonna try out for now. What's going on? 3-day streak? Actually more, it's a 4-day streak, or is it a 3? I lost track of that. Damn, bro, you and Grappler fell off so hard. It's sad to see because you was my favorite lore streamer. Well, thank you for sharing, Ronin. He fell off with the game. With what game? It's kinda is felt, though. Never put all your balls in one basket. My brother in Christ, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't even understand what you're saying. So no masks of Foresight. Interesting. All the variants I played always included that. I think that card is bait. I think that card is gigabait. It's just bad. Like, it's taking up slots for better cards. It's not really contributing. It's not contributing anywhere near enough towards you preserving your board state. Like, it's just not doing enough. Like, if we like, I like that card in like Lilia, and that's it. Because you play Sprite Fountains, and because your legend spawns a unit to attack with every time. Otherwise, I think that card is shit. I put main gear, Brittle Steel, and Draven. It's better to have than not to have. Yeah, it's just that the slots for this deck are very tight and limited, so it's just like... It just depends. Why on earth would you think this is a good idea to say in someone's chat? Because he's probably like mentally 12. It happens. You know, Les Runeterra was big, and I've been doing YouTube for well over 10 years. And I've met people along the way who like just kind of like expected the highs to always remain highs and just weren't prepared for the lows. But it's just, bro, like making content on the internet is such a grind, and it's just like, and it depends on, you go through periods, right? There's been times where my channel was like going crazy, and there's been times where my channel was in the gutter. And you know, now I'm not uploading daily, like I've switched to a game that's not digital and stuff, and you know, I'm nowhere besides where I expect it to be, essentially. But some people unfortunately just lack the ability to understand like basic social protocol, you know? Like some people are just like, I don't know, like they just live closed in a room or something, and they never interact with people, and they don't understand, like, and they just walk into a place and it's just like, oh wow, you fell off with the game, oh man, I used to love your videos, and it's just like, and it just doesn't even cross through their mind how that could be upsetting to say to somebody. Like, they don't have the capacity to understand. They're just kind of like, they're just going through life in autopilot. So you just nod, you're like, yeah, you're right, bro, and you just move on. Yeah, we're playing Kaisa. And I think it's time we grind some games. We've been yapping a bit. I enjoy my yapping sessions. I love me some yap. You know what I'm saying? Let's try this version. Oh, and I played against Draven, like I told you, and then I played against Victor, guys. I played against Victor this morning, and I actually managed to 2-0 Victor. Though game 1 was very close. So the matchup is not unwinnable, at least. Lily. Oof. How do we fare against Lilia? I don't know. Hey man, nice stream. Do you know if Minotaur Reckoner cancels Akali's legend ability? Yeah, it should. Theoretically, it should, yeah. How's the matchup into Mbessa? I need to test more of it. Right now, it feels relatively even. person is taking a while. But I think the matchup does kind of like devolve a little bit into like who can tempo better early. If Mbessa gets ahead, she can start retreating there, because Mbessa actually, out of all the yellow orange legends, she's the one who avoids combat the best, right? Because she can go in and out. So you never want Mbessa to tempo you. Like you need to fight to humble Mbessa's board early. If that means shoving a falling star up their throat, what? Early on, you do it. Okay, easy. OP. Deck is OP. We won without even having to play, guys. Yeah, sure. Let's test a mirror. Star Spring, okay. We do need to learn how to play the mirror match. We gotta factor in Falling Star for one. I think we can keep the Pendulum Blade. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. I think we can go with this. Yeah. I need to think about how to approach this. If they have a Defy, which is likely, if they have, if I ping this for 2 and I go in and they have that, then I'm in trouble. So I think I need to just play this. And I think it's really important for us to get the kill here, so we can try to maybe I did this wrong, because I'm burning a lot of power here. What's my punish if I go in? 3, 5? I think I'm spending a lot of resources. I think I'm being a little bit too paranoid about what they can have. when we see them have a discipline. So I made a mistake because this doesn't make a difference, right? Like, because now they go up to 5 and I go up to 5 and I die. And I have less than them, so this was super bad. Because I would have been able to... No, I wouldn't have... If they played Discipline, I would have lost my unit, is the problem. That's the problem. Like, with the Discipline, I would have lost my unit. So now I trade these two. And only score 1 point, but I slowed them down. Sure. Sure, I just kill both of them. Yeah, because that... Okay, so that's an interesting turn here. It's a very interesting turn. So what was the best approach for this kind of turn? Because if I go in with the 2 damage and then replace that, then the mask actually does make a difference. And now I'm kind of behind is the problem. I think I haven't played this right, to be honest. Oh my god, it's so annoying how the empower just does it automatically here. Okay, let's just do this. Empower you. We go here, generate these, and then we trigger AKALI to move back. Then we use one of these powers to equip this onto this. This has 6 now. We move here, we pass the focus. We reveal the hand. We didn't generate another power because we moved there as well. If I play this, I can generate 1 more energy, but that doesn't allow me to do anything. Do I take away their ability to score to 5 here? This feels kind of bad, but I wanna get rid of one of their bodies. They're gonna defy that, which means they get to shut that down. Yeah, I'm not playing this well. Like, I think I could have done things differently. They're making use of the Star Spring against us. And I just wasted my Falling Star that way. I think we just clearly lost here. We move on to the next game. We didn't play this one well. So let's change that up a little bit. So do we change anything in particular? Piercing Light, Thwonk. Having another stun would be nice, though the Brittle Steel. I think if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Though Charm perhaps is not as good. I'm gonna take one Charm out, and I'm gonna add in a Not So Fast. We have the Lonely Poro. We have the Kaisa that can be good. Not crazy about the Charm. Let's drop the Charm. We just play Kaisa on curve, apply pressure, punish them for playing Mask of Foresight on that turn. This card is shit. I played that first game really badly though. Like it was just an awkward turn where I kind of wanted to deal with their board, but I think I should have done things differently, to be honest. But now this Kaisa feels really nice. We can just come in here and pass. I think playing the this, okay, so we conquer and we draw a card. I can move back the Lonely Poro. I can play the Mournful Witness. bounce right back. Okay. One, two, three. Back off. Draw a card. His heals. Okay. I play AKALI and still a corn herder. I just double develop, make use of my energy superiority here. The brittle steel is useful. Moves back, and I draw another card. Okay, so I'm gonna try to defy this. Okay, So clean win there. I feel like for this kind of matchup where they probably play Falling Stars and stuff, AKALI Deadly Weapon doesn't do as much. Maybe I'm wrong. Having stuns feels important. I mean, now that I'm going second, I mean, I still want my 2-drops. How good is the Brittle Steel? It stops the mask, but is that worth my energy? I mean, maybe. Let's try. Let's see. They're going to play that one. Okay. So we have a 2-drop to develop, and then we have both of these 4-drops, and we got the Pendulum Blade. I guess if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Oh, they said we go first. Interesting. Well, good thing I kept this hand then. If we commit too much, we succumb to a falling star, like a well-placed falling star. But being able to move is important, so I'm gonna go for... I'm gonna see if I can go for a shuriken flip. Or if they counter that. Okay, so I move here. And then I get to empower here. Oh, sorry. Then I get to empower her. Then I get to move here while generating 1 and 1, and I trigger her. And I move you back, generating 1 and 1. And then I just develop an AKALI. I could have gone for 2 points, but I want to preserve my units. I think I want to play this a little bit slow and steady, but trying to find the value with my cards. Sure. They're just gonna copy what I did. Yep. Monkey see, monkey do. They're like, okay, well, that's a good play. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see. How do we reach these kids? I like the idea of going for Biddle Steel this turn. I'd like the idea of drawing. Like, we need to gain an upper hand. We also need to try to avoid being in combat. So moving here and then moving back. There was a way to accelerate her. I would have to move here with Jin and then play her into her. Move back and forth. But I could just do that and move twice and trigger that with Jin. So I think no matter what, I'm going to do this with Jin. Trigger you and then do this to move you back and generate these two. That means I have 8 mana. I can use a Brittle Steel. I could definitely go for a Shuriken Flip. That's 3 and 3. That's 6 mana. And that allows me to Brittle Steel. Maybe I like that. No, that doesn't allow me to Brittle Steel. Why doesn't... Oh, there's 4. It's 4 and 3. No, never mind. I could just accelerate Kaisa. Which allows me to draw a card. I can also just like move my... Move my Kaisa as well and accelerate, like why not? No, I think I just hold on to that. I get rid of that. Okay. Okay, approved. Okay, deflect. Falling Star. Oh, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Sorry. You're right, you're right. Okay, so what we need to do now... Have I drawn a card? Okay, I haven't, right? No. Have I drawn? Wait. I did? Okay, never mind. I'm derping. Now I gave them information. Okay, so they can potentially score to 5 here, but they would lose because they can target my AKALI, so they would lose the AKALI if they went in. Wait, no, you can't do that. Oh yeah, you can. No, never mind. I misread this card, but banish it. I actually misread that card. So I basically have to play this from flow and set up a double conquer next turn. So in order to do that, I have to flip the Zanyas. And I have to pay 3 and play Shuriken Flip. And now I'm at 6. I mean, being able to go to 6 is huge because I can bring back AKALI. And then I just basically develop double 2-drop. I'd love to see something like a Mask of Foresight now, which is fundamentally useless at this stage of the game. The Lotus Trap card is also interesting. There's a bunch of cards that I just don't like here. Like, this card requires you to combo with something. I think this card is shit. And I also think the Twilight Reveler is not good. But Mask of Foresight is the card that I see like most AKALI players play that I don't like. I definitely played really shitty the first game though. Guardian Angel. Okay, that's irrelevant. I can literally just push you back. You have to hold. And you're not good at holding. You're literally no good at holding. Okay. Can't. No, actually, wait. And that's game. We brought it back. Oh yeah, she's empowered. She's empowered. I forgot that. They actually empowered my unit. I mean, I just knew that, like, after I saw that charm, I just kind of turned my brain off because I knew the game was over. Yeah, she's empowered. She's empowered 100%. So that's that charm. So yeah, I think that's a good example as to why I don't like Mask of Foresight. I mean, it did put me in an awkward, like, the card is not terrible. Like, it put me in an awkward situation in game 1. But I just feel like it's only good in the early and mid stages of the game, and it's not even that good. And then it just feels really rough to draw that later. I like the Kaisa a lot this game. I just like having a 4-drop that does something different than AKALI, because if I'm playing things right, I don't need to rush AKALI. And with triple Emperor's Divide, I can just literally protect AKALI. I can very easily protect AKALI. I have 2 triple Emperor's Divide, 2 Zanya's Hourglass. So if I somehow am forced to play her early, like, I have means to protect her. And having the 1 Kaisa gave me a bit of an accelerate, which is nice. I think I like 1 Kaisa. I don't think I like more than 1 Kaisa though, but I do like 1. Why did you up Emperor's Divide from 2 to 3? Because the card is insane in the deck. It's just a very safe way. Not only is it a very safe way to protect my units, it also just directly synergizes with Jin and Stellarcorn. Like, I can actually get a draw off of them, so I can use Jin and Stellarcorn. I can use, like, Emperor's Divide is the safest way for me to set up a strong block, a hold, and if my opponent has the means to break through that hold, then I just get the fuck out of there with everything. And that's a very strong play for this deck to make. The card is absolute shit against Draven, specifically though. But I mean, the deck is just shit against Draven. Draven is a nightmare. But against everything else, it's just so clutch. Yesterday, I didn't like Kaisa in this deck. It's a process. It's a process. I was playing the other AKALI, and today I say I'm gonna test one of Kaisa. I talked about it at the end of yesterday's stream. That I kind of, but I had a question earlier. Like, people said, what do I think about adding? Like, why don't I have Yasuo? Why don't I have, like, Ferris Forerunner? You guys see that I took out Ferris Forerunner. I have a theory with this deck at this point, with this archetype, and in particular with this deck. We need to keep our curve low. We're not the kind of deck that's playing 6-drops. Like, maybe in a pinch we can drop a Ferris Forerunner. Like, it's not unplayable in the deck, but I think that we just inherently struggle. Because our deck consumes a lot of power in the early mid game. I think this deck excels when you keep the curve low. It's too much value into non-purple. Yes, it is, but I also find myself in situations where, like, against Victor, the main problem is staying alive. It's still good, like, I can drop it to defend, right? But even in a lot of the yellow matchups, it's actually a bit slow for us because we don't curve naturally into it. Think about it. If we're going first, and we play a Jhin, we can try to move Jhin to play Ferris Forerunner, but that exposes our Jhin to being killed. If we empower our Akali, generally we want to, on our turn 3, going first, a very common play for us is to empower Akali. Especially if we've developed Jhin on going second. But if we develop Jhin going on our second turn, not going second, our second turn, we go to turn 3 with 5 runes. We pay 3 and we burn another rune, which means we're at 4 runes, 6 runes for the next turn, for turn 4. And that turn, we do get to generate the extra energy, but that turn, we would not be able to play a Ferris Forerunner. So if we play out our deck like we want to, we're playing a 6-drop, as like the earliest we're playing a 6-drop is on our 4th turn. And at that stage, we're probably just setting up the Akali anyways. It just doesn't fit well into the curve of how we're doing things because we are consistently burning power as early as turn 2 in this deck. Octavio with the membership. I love this game, but the CG is so expensive in Argentina. It is? Oh, that sucks to hear. I'm glad that you subbed to me, even though we beat you in the finals. This shows you're a good sport. What about Svelsonger? Gigabait. Giga Omega Bait. The pure definition of a win more card. It can be crazy. Like, it can definitely be crazy with Jhin. But even like playing it onto Stellacorn, even then, like, yeah, we're drawing 1,000,000, but there is a point where Stellacorn actually becomes diminishing returns if we invest too much to trigger its draw, because we don't have enough energy to play out a bunch of cards, right? We need to find that balance. That's why Jhin is so essential. That's why I'm a big believer in 3 Jhin, because Jhin is what allows us to, like, I find myself moving Jhin more than Stellacorn. I can pop off with Stellacorn later once I've been able to build up some runes. But if you guys see a pattern, out of all the games that we played, I've been keeping track of it. I think I capped out at like, I don't know if I've ever reached like 10 runes. I think I've capped out at 9. It's rare for me to go to 10 runes and above. Did you ever play Kaisa? I played her this last series. She was great. She was great. She felt really nice. I mean, great. Like, I still value Stellacorn and Jhin more because they synergize a lot better. But she also feels she's a very nice alternative. Why did you have to talk about the final? Now I'm sad. I couldn't, like, you're Argentinian, like, I'm Spanish. I literally can't, like, not. I don't give a fuck about football, to be honest, but I cannot talk about that with you. You can afford to cut 1 2-drop unit, I think, since your deck has so much Pseudo Accelerate that can bring back point clarity. Yes, but the 2-drops are more essential than they seem. The Lonely Poro is a godsend against decks like Victor, for example, and Ezreal. One of the biggest hurdles with Akali, when Akali becomes dangerous, like, you need to find a way to get a 6. You need to find a way to get a 6. You need to be able to fight your opponent's development early on. And developing 2-drops that I can buff with my On Guard, my Disciplines, and my Pendulum Blade. allows me to fight faster decks, and it gives me units that I can just send in to conquer against control decks. So far, I have not seen a reason to drop down because I need units. Like, it can be hard for me to develop units, and 9/2 drops. It's the reasoning. It's beyond the fact. Like, it's really nice to guarantee that we always have like a turn 1 play, essentially. But on top of that, it really helps us maintain board presence. And I've just explained why I don't like big late game units in this deck. We remain under. Like, we do not build up as many runes as most other decks are able to, because we spend... It's not because we have like... It may seem all big, it's because you play Falling Star. It's even in games where we don't play Falling Star. It's because this deck is prone to consuming power very early. And when you consume power very early as turn 2 in Riftbound, that leads to a rune loss that is exponential, right? Like, that makes you lose a lot. Like, playing a 4-drop with 1 power cost is a heavy price to pay, and especially when we play when it's such a common play for us. And on top of that, the defies that we play, like, this deck is very power hungry. The shuriken flips. We deramp really hard, so playing high cost units is unfeasible. Like, Yasuo theoretically is a monster in this deck. Theoretically, but the problem is he's too expensive. When other decks would be able to afford him, no problem. Because he's basically 1 energy cheaper than something like a Mind Splitter, for example, right? But we really struggle building up runes. Mogwai, I really want to get into the hobby, but my budget is very limited. I want to figure out what I should play and how to play it to a point where I win at least 50% with it before committing. Do you have any clue how I should go about it? In person feels way better, but still, don't want to buy stuff I won't play in the end. This is an excellent question. I had this predicament myself. And what I did was play on Rift Atlas, play online. But also very, very important, a way that you're going to improve really fast is by watching content. You can watch my videos or my streams. Good shit. But you can also watch tournament VODs. That would be my biggest recommendation. Like, going to the official Riftbound channel, going to the live section, and watching matches from regionals, from tournaments. And try to find games when people are playing the legend that you're interested in, and see how the best players in the world pilot it. And study the games. Study them, copy the deck, try it out yourself online, take your time. I recommend recording your games. That's something that I do. Record your games. Like, even when I'm not streaming, I like to record my games and then review them and be like, okay, what was this turn correct? What did I do something bad? What should I have done instead? What happens if I do this? That will allow you to learn a lot faster than just like, you know, just like, oh, I'm gonna buy this deck, I'm gonna go to locals, because locals is great. Like, there's nothing better than playing physical. Like, playing physical is a lot better than playing online. It just feels better. It feels really nice. But the amount of games you're getting when you're going to a skirmisher or a Nexus night is very little compared to the amount of matches you can grind online. So you will progress a lot faster by spamming games, recording them, going over them, and watching other people, good players, play the deck that you're playing. So go over the legends and figure out what you would find interesting to play. Like what you think aligns with your playstyle. Do you like control decks? Do you like fast tempo decks? Do you like to play mid-range, you know? Like something that can adjust more depending on what you face. Like, is there a particular character that you really like, that you would like to master? You know, like there's several reasons, but try to find a deck that you think I would have a lot of fun playing this. Because having fun with a deck that you choose is really important. And then dive into it and do what I said. And this, if you do this, if you actually do this, like you will progress significantly faster. Like I did this in set 2, and in less than a month, I won a skirmisher with Ari. In an event where I faced Irelia, Fiora, Draven, Irelia. And I went 6-0 with Ari. And I managed to go with an off-meta deck and win a skirmisher against all meta decks and good Polish players, because Polish players are fucking really good. And I did that in less than a month of practice because I just grinded the fuck out of the game online, and I studied how other people played the deck, and I figured things out. And I did that because of that. If I had only prepped by just going to locals, it would have been a much slower process. Alan is Polish, yes. What archetype do you think this deck is? The thing is, like, the aggro mid-range control terms, what a lot of people who get into card games don't quite grasp is that these are magic terms. And people just apply them to other card games when other card games are different. I wouldn't classify this as an aggro deck because we're not proficient at, like, we are proficient at scoring, but we're not necessarily overwhelming our opponents with, like, development and speed. We're combining cards. We have control elements. We have a lot of interaction. We play triple Falling Star. And we also use Shuriken Flip to remove units as well. We are fundamentally a deck that excels at conquering and mobility, but we are weak defending. And there are tempo-based decks that are actually quite good at defending. An example is Draven. Draven is very good at defending. People like to think of Draven as just like offensive. Draven is very good defensively speaking. Draven holds really well because they have the spinning axes. They can play Rebuke. They can they have a lot going on, right? Like they can slam down a Vex. They play the you know, the Draven's biggest fan. I forgot his name. Overzealous fan. So decks can be combat centric, but they are fundamentally different. Like Diana, for example, is a combat centric deck that is mostly spell based. And the way decks interact with you, because Diana doesn't pump her stuff, Diana weakens your units instead. So even when you classify something as mid-range, there's like so many different variations of that just fundamentally work just in a different way. Arigato gozaimasu.
I would see you as Victor player. Blue Victor specific.
Me? I actually don't like Victor. I don't have fun playing Victor. Because I'm not a token guy. Like, can you really, like, because if you label AKALI as a tempo deck, it's kind of weird to label it that because her ability... I very rarely use AKALI before I empower her. The legend, I mean. Because her ability prevents you from scoring a point. So it's her ability is fundamentally anti-tempo until you empower her. Will there be an update before Barcelona of the legend tier list? Yeah, I'd like to do like a full legend tier list. After you know, I've gone through like all the prep. People say Victor is like, people say Victor is a control deck. Victor is 100% a tempo deck. Victor is tempo aggro. Victor tries to... They use removal to take away your units, and they beat you up with little dudes. Victor tries to overwhelm you with numbers and speed. Irelia tentacles. How much is your AKALI deck? I'm not sure. Kaisa is probably like the one-off of Kaisa is probably the most expensive card because a lot of these cards are cheap. Like Falling Star is not particularly cheap. I think Shuriken Flip will also not be super cheap. I don't know how much Scuttle Crab is worth. Thankfully, I already have 3 copies of it. I'm missing Shuriken Flip. I'm probably missing a Jin or 2. I know I have at least 1. I don't have Kaisa, but my friend Impetuous Panda has Kaisa, so I'll just hop by his house and I'll steal it without him noticing. And then I'll have Kaisa. And I don't think I have Zanya's Arc Glass actually, but I don't know how expensive that one is. It's a rare, so it shouldn't be that expensive. No Forerunner in the 50s still feels wrong to me. I've explained it before. The curve. The curve is very particular with AKALI. It's still playable in the deck, don't get me wrong, but I haven't felt the need for it yet. Yeah, it's complicated to attack this kind of deck. That's why I asked. I feel like a whole movement-based kind of archetype, but it doesn't feel like Irelia. Feels really good that a TCG can do this. Yeah, it's just like so many decks play so differently. It's really interesting. Hi, man. Did you make any changes since the last stream? Yes, I'm testing a one-off of Kaisa today, and I'm also main decking Brittle Steel. I haven't run into Aurora yet, but I want to have the option to deal with Gears in Game 1. And I've added 2 Decree of Focus in the sideboard because Draven is a very scary matchup. Okay, Mel, this matchup is terrifying. This matchup is terrifying. They have the Frozen Fortress. Frozen Fortress is amazing with Mel because she's like a list. She's like the list in Pike. Okay, we have the Lonely Poro, we have Kaisa, and we have Stellarcorn Hoarder, and we have the Charm. I'm gonna keep this hand because the Charm can allow us to interact with their... Like, if they develop Mel without protection, we can deal with that. I think I want to play Kaisa over Stellarcorn Herder on curve, just because they could bop it. Okay, so I'm going to go with Lonely Poro. Where am I going to go with Lonely Poro? If they empower something and they kill it, that would suck, so I'm going to have to go here. And then I'm going to develop Kaisa on curve here. That just feels good. What the fuck is this? Okay. That's not what I was expecting. Do I want to charm this? I want to conquer this turn. That's for certain. Draw a card. I don't want them to attack me this turn, so I definitely do want to charm this. If they have some kind of like a stupefy or something, or they have, I can counter with a defy. So I'm gonna go with a charm, and I'm gonna move you here. And that works. So we know they have no rebuttal in hand. We move the Poro back, and then we deploy the Stellarcorn Herder. And then this takes damage. Okay. And they empower it. Oh, then I can just kill her. Why would you do that? Oh, yeah. Okay, true. Yeah. Okay, I derped there. Yeah, good combo. They got rid of my Kaisa there. I mean, we want to Falling Star the fuck out of that. That's for certain. Now, the question is, do I want to empower my Akali? If I do that, and then I do that, and that, I can actually... This is going to cost me 3 power, which is going to set me back. But it's going to allow me to draw a bazillion cards. And isn't drawing cards good? So I'm going to do it. I'm going to empower Akali. I'm going to move here. I'm going to draw a card. And then I'm going to trigger Akali and move her back. And then I'm going to go back here. Draw another card. Interesting. Okay, so she's 4, because I can just charm here instead. But I feel like Falling Star is more prone to, like, if I just go for a Falling Star. I mean, I'm gonna conquer here with Poro. Go to 5, and then let me think for a moment, because charming this and discipline still gives me the possibility for a defy. But I feel like my Falling Star is just more reliable here, having more mana open. Because Falling Star is more prone to being countered later. And let me think for a moment. Do I deploy Poro? I think I just deploy Poro, to be honest. Yep. Dies, draw a card. Okay, so they play the rat. They have to play a gear. They play that, okay. But this allows us to go to 6. We deploy Akali and we deploy you, right? Okay. We just need to draw into our signature spell to win. If we can draw into our signature spell to win, is that worth us going for the discipline to try to win here? Or do I just double falling star? That just drops me down so low. Unless I brittle. I can just charm. So this thing is 6 might. So if I do that, okay. Let's see first, because we can just discipline. Because if we top deck our signature spell, we just win. I could have dropped this here too. Yeah, I could have done things differently if I was gonna do this. I could have developed my mournful witness here, so I empowered it. Because I don't want to hide the Emperor's Divide because they can counter it. What are they playing 3 for? I just cannot seem to draw. Okay, let me try to conquer here. So I can draw. There it is. There it is. Okay. Okay, beautiful. Now, because they cannot target my thing, I think it's better to try to Falling Star first. Okay. I think we Falling Star again. There we go. Got awkward there for a moment because it took a while. Do I want to play Brittle Steels here? Like, the thing is, their gears are so. I mean, I could have just tried to gone for the Brittle Steel on that, but I ran out of red runes. Is the thing, and clearing the 4-drop was more important. I like the charms. I like the Twilight Shroud a lot. I don't know how good it is here. I think I definitely want to drop one Falling Star because Falling Star is just like very risky here. I feel like Brittle Steel is definitely an important consideration. I think Not So Fast is an important consideration. I'm not crazy about Falling Star, man. No, I didn't want to defy there because I was okay with that. I was okay with playing another one. I'm gonna try to bring in AKALI here. So I have a turn 1 play to go for. How good is Pendulum Blade? I mean, Pendulum Blade can allow me to... It's decent as a one-off, I think. But do I have that much problem conquering when they get in and out? I'm not so sure. I don't know if I need the back off. I kind of feel like dropping a Falling Star just because it's just not so good against them. Though it does allow me to reach the bench. But I can't, like, actually play it a lot of the times. I'm not sure if I'm sideboarding correctly, but let's see. I like the Djinn. I like one Scuttle Crab. It just gives me a good body to... Good set of units. See, now I would really like to have the, Now I would really like to have the charm. Now the falling star would have been good because for some reason they played that thing on curve. So maybe dropping the falling star was a mistake because killing this would have been important. I think I make use of this to empower my AKALI. Do I get rid? I think because I have the falling star, I actually get rid of the red one. Resolve. So 6 allows me to play that into a 2-drop, which is really nice. I think I can go here to the void gate because if they want to do something, then they're vulnerable there. So I'm going to go here. Okay, so I'm going to... That deals 5. I'm going to pay 2, and I'm going to discipline. They're going to rebuttal that, okay. Yep. It's brutal. That is certainly brutal. Second rebuttal. Okay. Well, that's a problem. Hide hand. Okay. I can kill here, but realistically, how do I get back into this game? I can't. I cannot. I cannot. This game is done. Like, I can't. It's just like they have so much value. And I don't see how at this point. Like, I've lost all my momentum. Once they empower this, I can no longer counter their spells. So yeah, next game. GG. We got dunked on this one. We're definitely gonna swap out the AKALI again. We want to bring in the 2-drop again, I think. Their deck changed a lot. Like, their deck is just like, it's like Mel, but with the gears. So we have to be careful of that. I mean, how useful was the Pendulum Blade at the end of the day? I think I can go back to 1 Brittle Steel, to be honest. I kind of miss the Falling Star there, because they're willing to play their unit with no protection, but now it's just, I really miss the Falling Star, like being able to threaten their units. I think it's a mistake not to run it, even though we have to worry about them using it against us. Twilight Shroud is going to be really important here. Oh yeah, we take out the AKALI Deadly Weapon, and I'm gonna go with a second Falling Star. We have the 2-drop, we have the Shuriken Flip, which can allow us to accelerate. We have the Defy and the On Guard. I think... Do we take out the On Guard? This hand is lacking some pieces. But I could potentially find them later. Like, how vital is On Guard gonna be, to be honest? I may regret this, but I might. In this matchup, there's not gonna be as much combat early, I think. I'm gonna keep, but I may. This may be a mistake. I could tempo the fuck out of them here. I think it's worth for me to tempo them. This is kind of crazy. I think this is worth. 2 rebuttals does me. They need to have 2 rebuttals to be able to counter this. I could bait them to attack my Mournful Witness. Emperor's Divide is not as reliable here. I kind of need the bodies. But if this Emperor's Divide gets counted, I think that's a mistake. I think I need to... Singularity is also a problem. Let's give me a moment. Like, this is when things start getting south. We're tempoing the hell out of them. How do we best grasp this? Is this the time to deploy AKALI? Interesting. Perhaps should have done it the other way around. Okay. Three cards in hand. Five, nine. 5, 9. No problem. So this gives me +2 might if I do this. I could just focus on... So if they have something like a star cross, they have to return one of these to my hand. So that's like not the worst case scenario. So if I conquer there and then I double back. I can try to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. Because you can't be targeted over there. But to be fair, like, do I need to ready her if I'm going to send her in anyways? No, I think what I need to do is this. Okay, so I need to ready you. I think I need to empower you. And then I need to move there, and then I need to use that to move in and out. So I'm gonna go here. She can't be targeted while I'm in combat, so I can guarantee this score. Then I pay 1. So it resolves and she moves here. And I'm going to pass focus. Wait. Okay, so then they do that. And they bounce that. Okay, so let's think about this. Because then I can move in with you 4, and then I have guaranteed. I mean, how much do you have? Wait, you have 3, 5... 3, 5, 7. So if I go back in, I actually don't have the means to kill you this turn. So I can try, and if they rebuttal, then what? I can't kill you is the problem. So I have to try to counter this for the win, right? GG's. If they have a rebuttal there, it's not the end of the world, because we still have one turn to score. We have to basically develop the scuttle crab. I mean, it kind of is the end of the world, to be honest, because I can't develop AKALI and then do that. So I'm wondering what other way do I have to... What other play could I have done there that was safer? Because empowering my AKALI was very expensive there. Like, if I had 3 more mana... I had to find a way to empower my AKALI earlier, but I don't know if I was able to do that. I kind of needed to be able to empower her earlier. Because having to empower her this turn definitely hurt me. I'd have to go back and see if there was a way to empower her earlier. I think it was better to threaten the 4-drop with Shuriken with the 2-drop. So the Starcross would be worse for them. It's just that I wanted the procs from my this, but if I use the if I go with the Mournful Witness, yeah, my AKALI's already 10 might. So I could just like go in, conquer, like go in, go back. How do I approach that? What is safer to do that turn? So I burnt 1. How much mana did I spend that turn? I played a Defy, which cost me 1, and then I played that, which cost me 1, and then I played AKALI, which cost me 3. So I had 9? Did I have that much mana? I spent 3 for AKALI. I spent 1 for that, then I spent 1 for the Defy, and I have 9 mana. I'm pretty sure I could do something more with 9 mana. How did I just have 9 mana though? No, I had 2 mana left, so I had 7 mana. So I had 7 mana. What can I do with 7 mana that's safer? If they playing around Starcross, right? This is a complex turn. Like, what is better to do? Like, I need to understand this so I can drill it in my head. They have 4 mana open, which means we want to play around Starcrossed and Rebuttal, but we also want to play around Smokescreen and Rebuttal, Starcrossed and Gust. Let's factor in those 3 plays. Shock Blast as well. Like, Shock Blast. Like, the reason why I didn't want to commit with my Mournful Witness is because Shock Blast is also a thing, and I can't really protect against that. What if I go in with the I spend 3 mana to empower AKALI, I go in with the Mournful Witness, and then I try to bounce her back. And then I go in and I try to trade with that. No, but then I just lose my AKALI's power. Like, my AKALI, they just become 6 might. What if I don't empower Akali? Is there a universe where I don't empower Akali? I can't come at them with enough though. I mean, I can trigger the thing twice if I don't empower Akali. Instead I can play this and I can play it again. I can play it twice instead of empowering Akali, which is really important. So I can lead off with the, like, I can conquer with my Akali there. Then I can go with a Mournful Witness. And I can try to trigger Akali and return her, just to have the 4. No, I can just keep that still. So then then what I do is I play the Shuriken and I ping the 4-drop. Because at that point, I'm not worried about rebuttal stealing the effect of my Shuriken, because the moment, as long as I keep my Akali open, the moment they move a unit to the other side, I can bring it back with Akali, right? So I have 6 mana. I spent 1 mana to ping her and bring the Mournful Witness over there, and I threatened that. And I just threatened that. There could be like a Shock Blast, which destroys me, which counters that play. I can't really do much about it. I have the Defy, but I want to keep the Defy for something else. But if they have a Shock Blast or whatever, okay. They knock that out, combat ends, she heals. No. No, that's not safe either, because if they have a Shock Blast, I'm fucking cooked. God, this game is hard. Let me see. So if I know this is kind of boring, but I really want to figure this out. I don't think it's possible in that case to play around everything perfectly and win specifically at the fight. Yeah, but I want to see if there's a way, if there's like a good play. Like I want to dig deep and see if there's a good play. So play around Star-Crossed Rebuttal. First of all, how do we play around Star-Crossed Rebuttal? Because if they have a Rebuttal here, we're just cooked this turn, right? So how do we play around? Like, let's say, okay, I can't play around Shock Blast, but let's play around Star-Crossed Rebuttal. How do we do that? The way we do that is we play the Shuriken flip, we hit the 4-drop, we go in and we force to trade it. Then they can't like, then that just completely halts them. Okay, so I paid 1. Then I've conquered with Akali over there. Then what I do is I play the Shuriken again from my graveyard. And I bring the Akali over there. But I'm 6. So if I play the Shuriken from the graveyard and I'm 6. If I play the Shuriken from the graveyard and I'm 6, as I move there, and their thing is 7. 4 mana in total, 5 mana with an On Guard. There's no way to play around it, to be honest. I think this play was ultimately safer. Because I had to spend power with Akali, because I had to empower her this turn, so the key is like going over this game later and seeing if there was a window for me to empower her before that. Because there really isn't a way for me to go in. No, we can't play the hold with the rat and ganking. We cannot do that. There was no window there. Like, I had to find a way, and I have to go over the game and see if there was a way to actually empower before. Because we got lucky. I mean, that line of play was still technically the safest. Because at least we have some board presence after, and we can just drop the crab. And then we can go on from there. The problem is they go to 6, bro. The problem is they go to 6, and then we're kind of fucked. Jesus, I didn't like the position, especially after being able to tempo them so hard. I don't like how I ended up in that position. But I think it's also because they're playing the rat version that you can't expect, like, it's also hard for them to have everything at that point, right? Because the sacrifice of playing the rat is that you have to play a bunch of gears and stuff, so you're not gonna, like, it's gonna be hard to have, like, that entire setup plus all the backup that you need. So I guess the safest route was to play the 1. Like, try to conquer with the Mournful Witness. Pay the 1 to go into it, to trade with the 4-drop, and to play around Star-Crossed, because we have the Defy. And then empower AKALI. Go in, go out, go in. That's 4 mana spent, and we still have mana for Defy. And if worst case scenario, if we trade with the rat, we trade with the rat, but then we can drop the crab after. So the safest play in that situation is to go for the conquer with the Mournful Witness, or just conquer with the no, because we need the AKALI in the back. So conquer with the Mournful Witness, Shuriken Flip to try to trade into that. Empower AKALI. I think we empower AKALI first, in case they have like a do we think they play Ride the Wind? I don't know if they play Ride the Wind, to be honest. Power AKALI, Shuriken Flip, boom. So conquer, Shuriken Flip. Because in case anything goes wrong, we can just like get the Mournful Witness out of there. We still have the Defy backup. We still have 3 mana to work with, which allows us to play Defy into the Scuttle Crab after if the attack fails. So I think that was the play. That would have worked better. So Shuriken Flip and power trade, like, yeah, that was the better play. Okay. Okay, we got the Lonely Poro, we have the Scuttle Crab. In this situation, to prevent them from, like, the problem with the Scuttle Crab is that it struggles with the 2-drop, because we're not Yi. So I think we actually drop it. We prioritize the Lonely Poro. We have 2 Shurikens, which is nice. And I guess they missed their 2-drop. Oh, Mega Lol. Kaisa, okay. I'm completely new to the game, but I really like the Frostbite, Ezreal, and Runeterra. What deck would you say is most similar to that playstyle? Actually, Ezreal is quite similar to Ezreal. In, like, you like control decks, right? The Pendulum Blade as a one-off can be quite useful. The Charm can also be quite useful with it. I kind of like this hand. Because if they lead off with the Kaisa early, we can... We can do that. 2. Okay, so they have no early plays. That means they have... So we're gonna try to... conquer here. Do we play AKALI? Like, because if they bring in Kaisa... No, I think it's safe to do this. And keep our power open. I think this is proper. Because if they try to Falling Star, we can try to discipline. Okay, so we draw and both of them die. So I think maybe maybe playing that was a mistake. I think now we just develop. I think going double 2-drop there was a mistake. I played right into Falling Star. I think I should have developed the... I just didn't want them to get a free Kaisa kill. That was the problem. But I can kill the Kaisa afterwards. What was the better option there? I would have liked to have a Poro. At least the Poro drew me a card. Ferris Forerunner over there, okay. And are they gonna hide a card? I mean, that is obviously a temporal breach. They're trying to get cheeky with that and remove my unit. So why don't we just we can conquer here with AKALI, and then we can charm this. And they can't replay it, so... we get a 2-for-1 trade there. That's 1000% a temporal breach. A 1000%. Yep. Yep, see? Holy shit. I think we conquer here. I like the Emperor's Divide without having to spend power. And what do? Do I empower AKALI this turn? No, I should just deploy this turn. Then I have to draws to find. If I can find the Shuriken, we're golden. Mel, interesting, okay. Clearing this and then using Falling Star to clear the bodies, like the Mel is strong. But how strong? Can they afford that kind of tempo loss? I'm not sure if they can. I think I just empower AKALI here. Because if I go with 6, 9, I can just get out of there. Yeah, I think I empower AKALI this turn. Sorry, 9. I'm burning a lot of power this turn, man. Ferris Forerunner is definitely a powerful card against this. But at the same time, it's not like I have any cards left, so it's not like I'm just... This play cost me a lot of power, but I don't really regret it because I just basically threw my hand away. And they have to threaten my AKALI. Like, they can only target my AKALI in combat, so this +1 might actually matters a lot. Because that means they have to come in into an attack, and that's actually very scary with a hidden card. And I would like my Poros to stay separate so they can draw me cards when they die. The pendulum is actually quite important here. That's a good draw. Okay. So we go to 6. I think I want to clear this Mel. So I'm going to move with the Poro here, and then I'm going to play Emperor's Divide. I'm going to move her here, get +1, and then I'm going to go over here, go up to 10, pass focus. This Brutal Steel is doing nothing. And a neat little trick that I learned recently is that I can chain Zanyas to the Death Knell trigger. And I think it's worth to get rid of this. Wait, so... Well, okay. All right, so literally, what wins us the game? Akaisa can win us the game, so let's start off by playing you. And draw a card. If we conquer now, we draw. But it's literally Kaisa versus 3 of our signature spells, which we haven't drawn. So I'm gonna play another guy. Do I go for the discipline? My odds are 3 and 23. Slowing down the game 1 turn does not help our cause, though. But they need to do something about these. I'm gonna pass. I don't like passing here. They could time warp me, but... What, I have the beach music on, bro? They can't back-to-back time warp. That's I'm not worried about that. Proof. I don't know why they would conquer Rockfall Path unless they want to hide something in there. I was gonna top deck it. Oh my fucking god, bro. GG. Seven, 9, 10, 14, 2. I was actually gonna top deck it. Jesus Christ. Not so fast. Thwonk actually matters, but I like the Creo Focus a lot here. Most of the removal is damage based. Is red. So the Creo Focus just gives me insane resilience against that. Piercing Light could be good theoretically. I mean, what kind of units are they playing? Are they really spreading out that much? Now that they're going second. I don't think, I mean, Twilight Shroud is interesting. It does stop some things. Like they do have, but they no longer have the, I mean, they still have the Temporal Breach, right? But Twilight Shroud doesn't stop as much. I mean, it's still decent, but I need to make sure that I don't get out-tempoed here. The Pendulum Blade just allows me to break through anything. I like Emperor's Divide. I like the back off. I don't think I need more than one back off, though. The thing is, I already like all these cards, so I don't think I'm going to add in any of the other ones. I think I'm taking out a Brittle Steel, and then I need to take out 2 cards. I'm going second. Maybe I'll take out a Mournful Witness. I could miss my 2-drop, but I think I can afford to do that. Zanya's is great. Not So Fast is great. Defy is great. Charm is pretty damn good, too. Especially in the late game situations. What's the final card I'm removing here? I mean, if I'm playing 2 of those, like, I think I can move away a Charm, maybe. And now that I'm going second, I guess I will use the Void Gate. We go second. We do have a 2-drop, which is really nice. I like the Zanyas. I like the Defy. I can get rid of the Mournful Witness. So I can find others, like... Maybe I should have kept it. I just don't want to keep 2 2-drops, I think, going second. I think it's a mistake. I mean, that's the kind of shit I want to see. I'm just gonna go here and conquer. I'm gonna play you, and I think I'm gonna hide the Zanyas. Let me take a clip of that. Oh, this can be spicy. Now the question is, do I empower my AKALI to be able to draw like a maniac? I think I may just do that. Like the more cards I get, the better, right? What if I use the shuriken flip, or do I preserve the shuriken flip for later? Let me think, because I clear both of these bodies, which is important to prevent them from scoring. I think it's a good use of it, because I'm going to be able to keep Stellicorn most likely. So I just go here. And to avoid the draw from the Raven Bloom, I ping this. And I move here. Or do I just move in the back? Wait, let's... No, I think I can afford to move here. Right? I mean, otherwise I'm consuming a lot of power. But let me think. Or do I just move back? I think I just move back. Because they have Stupefy. They have double Stupefy. So even if I pump with this, I can't beat that thing in combat. Or maybe I just play Emperor's Divide. I think I just play Emperor. Yeah, I think I just move in here. And I don't hide the Emperor's Divide, right? Why would I hide the Emperor's Divide? This feels bad, but I'm gonna have to do this. I'm burning a lot of runes, but I think it's important because otherwise they can just drop a Hextech Ray. Like, I want this Stellarcorn to be really fucking hard to kill. But maybe I'm investing too much into it. I mean, it's drawing me a bazillion cards, but it doesn't matter how many cards I have in hand if I can't play my cards, right? Like... See, they were gonna do that. They were gonna do that, so... So... I think we can actually... Now that the problem is that we undo the damage, which is really important, and then we can counter that. So I am gonna go for the Emperor's Divide. And move you back, draw a card. Can't afford to defy that. Okay, that's interesting. That's a very greedy play. Very greedy play. We're gonna punish them for that. They're not gonna expect this. Oh my goodness, they're not gonna expect that. Okay, watch her out. Conquering. Problem is, Falling Star is a thing. They can definitely, they can stupefy into Falling Star, and they can try to clear both. We get to preserve one of them, but I think we're okay with this. They have double stupefy, so they just have a lot. And they're gonna be able to double conquer on us. I would love to be able to find a Falling Star. We haven't drawn into a Falling Star yet. But I can't allow them to go to 6, man. Them going to 6 is a big problem. Ah, this is tough. I just I can't keep burning runes like this, but it's my best chance, right? Like, just 1 sec. 1 sec. Key turn, though. Letting them go to 6 easily here is just asking for death, right? Unless I can counter them back. Like, I really want to deploy Jin here, because Jin just gives me so much to do next turn and the ability to hide things. I need to play Jin. And I think I have to play Jin defending and play Emperor's Divide as a defense mechanism. So they can't just kill off my Stellar Corn via combat. I think this is the play. And I can use Jin to potentially play Defy with Emperor's Divide. See how low on runes I am? See why I don't want to play Ferris Forerunner? I need Jin. If without Jin, I cannot get back into this game. I just cannot. Like, I need the energy. All good, all good. I took my time, you take yours. All good. We know they have a Watcher. We know they have 2 Stupefies. And we know they have a Falling Star. The other fucking 5 cards are... It's kind of crazy that they've applied this pressure to us and haven't been able to play Progress Day. It's kind of insane that they managed to do that, to be honest. Speaks to how little pressure I've applied myself. Okay, so we can counter the Stupefy. Okay, so I'm going to trigger Emperor's Divide. Move both of these here, draw a card, generate energy and the power, and then I'm gonna sack this and sack the Stalcorn. Does my Jin recover? It still has 3, it still has 3. Yeah, that's something that that's an interaction that yeah, because he's just recalled. So I need them to not have a second Falling Star, right? Even though that just leaves them without runes. Oh. Fuck. Was there a way to play that? If I had one more rune, man. What else did I play that turn? Yeah, no, we're cooked. We literally need to draw... We need to top deck Falling Star, otherwise we're cooked. So, literally the only play... I mean, we're not exactly cooked. We can resort to Kaisa. Kaisa clears one of these. But the problem with Kaisa is they have another Stupefy in hand. So if I play Kaisa, they just... No, they can't accelerate Kaisa and Stupefy me. There is a backup plan. We can play the Scuttle Crab and try to draw into... They have the Hextech Ray and they have the Stupefy, so they're gonna be able to clear our Kaisa. Because another option that we have is to play this alongside a Scuttle Crab and we bop this. But that actually loses to Accelerated Kaisa. Unless I hide them and I surprise them with a back off. But the difference is the Scuttle Crab can draw us, because we haven't drawn a single Falling Star. The Scuttle Crab can draw us into a Falling Star. No, because Kaisa is just so... They remove Kaisa for 2 energy. Then we go to next turn with 6. With 6. Jesus, what is actually the best play? It has to be Kaisa. Fuck me. Emperor's Divide is actually pretty neat. Because it stops the Hextech Ray. Why not back off? Because they have Stupefy and Hextech Ray. They drop her down to 3. They play 1 mana, and they bop my Kaisa. But Hextech Ray is limited to battlefield, so the Emperor's Divide allows me to dodge that, and then they spend 2 mana, and then they literally need a Falling Star to finish her off. He can accelerate Kaisa, but then we just trade. And I don't think they ever accelerate Kaisa with a hidden card because they have no other play. Like they can't do anything else. So they're not gonna do that. If they do, we just trade off and then we can clear the other thing and we can reset the board. They actually do? Okay. Again, if they do that, we're okay with that. We trade. They drop down to 4 runes, 6 runes next turn, and we can actually do things. But I just don't think they do that. Like, Zanya's is too risky. We've only revealed 1 Zanya's, like, they know we have stuns as well, like... There's a lot of ways this Kaisa attack ends up badly for them. So they're just deploying for a full conquer here. Which makes sense. Where are my fucking falling stars, dude? The place to pass. Perhaps revealing Emperor's Divide. Maybe I should have revealed Emperor's Divide and hidden the back off, but I still can't not so fast and on guard. But now the problem is I can't not so fast. I think I had to hide the back off. I think I had to back off. Hide the back off here. I think that was the play. I think I derped. Drop the Watcher. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yes! 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 Come at me, bro! Come at me! Trigger this. Reveal. There's this fucking card. Oh my god, now? Stupid star. Okay, so brother, back the fuck off. On guard. Whoo! Let's go! Let's go! Cinema! I don't know. I'm gonna send them a heart. Thank you. Oh my god. But I definitely derped. I should have revealed Emperor's Divide, no targets, and I should have hidden. I should have paid 1 and hidden back off because I have the stun and I still have access to not so fast and double on guard. So that was my misplay right there because I don't need the Emperor's Divide when I have the Shuriken flip. Accelerate Kaisa with Mech and Legion was the play, yes. If that happens, what do we do? If they accelerate Kaisa, they have the Bellows Breath, so 2 damage, or the Stupefy alongside that. So what do? I stun the Kaisa, they have 7 damage. I have 4 might. So I can double on guard if I hide the back off. I can back off, I can double on guard, which I go up to 8. 8 versus 7. They stupefy, I discipline. And I can beat that. So 100% almost choked this crazy game by not revealing the Emperor's Divide and then hiding the back off. Oh my god, it's you! Oh my, I just realized. Yeah, we're going over the end game. Like there was a slip up. Like I left the Emperor's Divide, but I should have actually like revealed it, no targets, and then hide the back off. And then I had 4 mana for double on guard and discipline, or double on guard and not so fast. That was a nice series. How did you like my charm play? Like I knew that was a temporal breach, and I'm like, I'm gonna charm that thing. Yeah, no, with your hand, like, your hand, was... It was fortunate that you didn't draw into, like, another falling star. I think you drew into 1 this game, right? Yeah. I was like, that's a temporal breach with the fucking rockfall path. And I'm gonna try to deny that. I need a breather. How's Kaisa feeling? How come you're playing Kaisa? I'm curious. She's meta again with Temporal Breach. Can we expect her in Barcelona though? Like, there's no best stuff for her. Yeah, temporal breach is it temporal breach or temporal breath? It's temporal breach, right? I thought he said Kai'Sa and AKALI was kind of redundant. I was wrong. I was wrong. I still don't like running more than one copy of her, but she's felt good so far. Like maybe I run two, to be honest. Like I'm kind of like she is clutch. I don't know what I would take out for two though. Like I don't want to have like I think 7 4-drops is good. Like the way you gotta view this deck is we don't want to go above 4 for our plays, because you see how we burn runes more than other decks because we're burning runes earlier, which means we sabotage our own rune channeling, like rune development throughout the game, right? We slow it down significantly because we're burning those runes as early as turn 2. So even though we have a lot of 4-drops, they're technically our high-end plays, right? I could see like Kai'Sa has been really solid so far, but I also don't want to end up in a situation where I draw too many 4-drops, you know? Like I feel like 7 is the right number, and I cannot see myself go under 3 Jhin. I think Jhin is this deck's main enabler. And I think having one Kai'Sa to complement the Stellarcorn give us an accelerate in some situations. Though it is true that Kai'Sa going first, Kai'Sa feels really solid to play on turn 2. But I still would rather play Jhin on turn 2. So I think 1 is fine. And it aligns interestingly because if you play Jhin while going first on your second turn, you have 5 runes on the next turn. You tap 3 to empower your AKALI. You get that 3 energy back, and then you can develop another 4-drop. For example, you can play another 4-drop like a Stellarcorn. You can hide something for free, and you have 1 mana backup for On Guard, Charm, or Defy. So 4 drops work really well with the way this deck curves out. And this is something that this is something that I have missed out on for like a very long time. The art, the science, both of optimizing and mastering an archetype. You know, I've enjoyed like with Legend of Runeterra and with I enjoyed like just making daily decks, making videos every day of like different decks. Oh, now this, now that. And like I like to explore my creativity with that, but I missed also like diving into something, because this is the kind of game where there's always something new to learn within like the one legend you're playing. Like, you're never gonna know the absolute ins and outs of, like, there's always things to consider. There's always constant, like, there's so much information to take in. Like, the game is easy to play at a casual level, but if you want to be competitive, it is at stupid deep. It is insanely deep. And I really miss that. Like, I haven't done this in, like, a really, really long time. Of just like actually diving into something and focusing on that and getting better at that. Like, that's a side that I haven't shown of me, because I've always been the guy who just makes fun decks. And I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying this journey. Like, I was for a while I wasn't certain about Vendetta, because like Kennen is very exciting, but I also felt like Kennen was gonna be like the new big thing, like the new, you know, the big new thing, English. He was going to be extremely popular, and I don't like playing decks that a bunch of... I also think AKALI is going to be popular, don't get me wrong, but I believe Kennen is going to be significantly more popular than AKALI. Because her strength is not as obvious. And what I'm trying to say is that I wasn't sure, because I like Jace. I like the idea of Jace a lot. Like, I like decks that generate value. I mean, that's kind of why I like this deck also as well, because Jin and Stellacorn are fundamentally engines that provide you more and more value over time. I like strategies that have cards like that. And I like that aspect of Jace, of being able to tap my gears. Like, I thought that was very exciting. But then I realized that it was going to be a very hard, like, that kind of Jace deck is still missing cards, I think, to be better. It needs some kind of card to pair off with the chosen champion, like the original one, like a bigger gear that you can drop quickly. And it's missing more, just more gears in general, I think, to take that route. And you're seeing, like, most people who are trying to play Jace competitively playing into Aurora, and I wasn't excited about competing with Aurora players like that with a deck that was fundamentally very vulnerable to the fact that the sideboard has been enhanced and more efficient gear removal has been released, and we're in a meta where most serious decks run like one copy of Gear Hate in the main deck and then have more in the sideboard. And I also found the deck that I played, like the tempo version that I played, I found it to be more draw dependent. Like I found that I won a lot of my games with like some very key top decks that saved my ass. And I just don't see me taking that tempo deck in a regional and going super far with it, right? So I was like, I want to play a deck that can be really good and I can dive into. And at first I didn't think Vendetta had that for me, because I didn't want to play Kennen, and because Zed wasn't particularly exciting, and because Shen was just so disappointing. So, and to be completely frank with you, like, I don't really give a fuck about Mbessa. Like, I think Mel is a cool character. Mbessa is just not a character that I really... I don't know, she doesn't quite click with me. And I also I'm not crazy about the color combination. Like, it's not my favorite thing, you know, yellow and orange. So I was like, okay, I just don't think maybe I'm gonna have to look into it. But then when I started playing this, I was like, okay, this is it. And now I'm a lot more excited because I found a deck that aligns with my playstyle, a deck that I have a lot of fun playing, and a deck that has a lot of potential and is very intricate. I'm yapping like crazy, but I'm just sharing, man. I'm just really excited. Like I have 1 month. I have less than 1 month. I have like 3 weeks. We have 3 weeks to prepare. I gotta be doing other things for content as well. Like, it's not like I'm just literally gonna play AKALI and nothing else. But I'm gonna be devoting a good chunk of my streams to AKALI for that purpose. How come you have no perfect executions? Because it is too expensive. Yes. It's yet another card that costs me power. And it doesn't quite serve the role that I need it to serve. Like, if it works well with Jin, and that's literally it. It doesn't, like, if I was playing the 2-drop that gave ganking and stuff, then you can make an argument for it. But the deck slot, there's so many important cards in the deck that I just found myself like not really needing it. Also, Emperor's Divide helps me go from one battlefield to another. It's also like a pseudo ganking, right? I do think I'm a red enjoyer. I just really like Falling Star. Like, Falling Star is probably my favorite spell. It comes with a big price, but it's such a powerful spell, and I like having the ability to reach the bench with this. Do you think Pike discard and Ezreal discard are dead? I don't think they're necessarily dead. I do think there's a good chance that they got a bit worse, because now we have flow cards, and there are some matchups that I think will be rougher. Like, I believe Pike is going to struggle against Kennen. I also believe both decks have a really hard time with Master Yi, who is still really strong. I've been playing a lot because I love AKALI, and I feel like having both Jhin and Stella is too redundant, so I'd rather have only Stella, but I'm not sure yet. Oh no, I can't play this deck without this guy. This is the card that allows you to do unfair things. Very unfair things. You need the alt art Jins. I actually don't like it. I think he looks fucking ugly. But I guarantee, I feel like you're gonna see 1,000 Yees and 100 Irelias though. I mean, I do think Yee's gonna be popular, even though he rotated for best of. I still think that people who play Yee also just kind of like want to play to win. And I definitely think Yee will be, and that's a matchup that we'll have to test for sure. I think Pendulum Blade does a lot in that matchup. Like Charmed, their main source of removal actually activates our units. So, and with the stuns and stuff, I feel like, you know, his Falling Star is very good against them as well. I think the matchup shouldn't be terrible. Yeah, I like the default Kaisa as well. I don't like the other, like, what the fuck is this? I mean, this one is okay. This one is just a little bit too much for me. And this one is just like, what am I even looking at here? What is she, like Neptune or some shit? Like I hate it. I hate it. Like the original one is perfect. I like the OG, and with Jhin I also prefer the original one, man. Like, he's bowing. He knows when he comes in it's cinema. This guy is like, what am I looking at here? Some Reaper anime bullshit? Like, I don't like this. To be honest, I can say the same for... I mean, this AKALI is nice. But I can say the same for AKALI, but I actually have this AKALI IRL, so I'm compelled to play it. I have to flex it. I guess it already has been answered, so if anyone in chat can tell me the answer, that's fine. Mask of Foresight, why not include? Because I think the card is bad. I think there's a lot of scenarios where the card is a bad top deck. Like, yeah, it does give you an extra pump when you go in and out, but it requires you to set it up. It doesn't help you with establishing board presence. AKALI actually struggles maintaining board presence, so my argument is you want to spend your mana developing more 2-drops or units and using combat tricks as a surprise factor and playing stuff like Falling Star. And I think we showcased it in the AKALI mirror, like in a game, like they let off with a mask instead of a unit. And we dunked on them. Like that game wasn't even close. Like I think they scored 2 points on us before we lethaled them. Like when are you playing the mask exactly? That's my question. When are you playing the mask? You wanna start off with a unit. You want to play another unit the next turn, and then in turn 3, you want to empower your AKALI and play another unit. And hide shit. And leave mana open for counters. So I just don't know when you're playing the mask, and it's also a terrible top deck. And if you want to play 3 copies of it, and take out 3 cards, like, no way. I could see it being a consideration of the main deck Pendulum Blade. The Pendulum Blade scales a lot higher, though, is the thing. That's the key difference. Like, the Pendulum Blade is there to allow us to break strongholds. Like matchups like Master Yi. And just mid-range matchups in general where they try to hold on us. This card just gives us a ridiculous amount of movement. Like, if we have Pendulum Blade, a Shuriken Flip, we can go to the other battlefield, right? Let's say we have an Akali, right? We go to another battlefield. We go to we go from 4 to 8 to 9. Sorry. We Shuriken Flip to the other battlefield. We go to 13, and then we can bring back. We can bring her back with our Akali. We can bring her back again, and we go up to 17 might. And on average, on attack, this card is essentially 3. It's 3 for 3. So on attack, it's a better sword. And with Akali empowered, like, this card is just 5. This card is normally just 5. 5 might on attack. And because we run stuff like Emperor's Divide, you know, it's not like we're not getting anything in defense. Like, we're still getting +1. That +1 does actually matter. Like, it puts our 4 power units at 5, which prevents them, like, it makes it harder for people to trade into them easily. The card has felt really good. You could ask some good players to train against meta decks and stuff. Yeah, no, I got some context. I think I may be able to practice against people from Team Mycelian. You know, some fellow Spaniards. I've gotten to meet Pedro Squirtle. I know Extasio for a long time. I know Remekiano. I met Diamond Hat, was like the Darius player from Utrecht. And I think I also can potentially play with some people from Challenger, but I have to reach out to them and ask. What is the best control deck? The best control deck right now, it could end up being Mel. Okay, Draven, ladies and gentlemen. Our worst matchup, but we need to test this. Okay. Two drop into Jin. I mean, Brittle Steel breaks an axe. How good is that? It doesn't break an axe at, like... It doesn't actually break an axe at, No, there's no way Aurora is worse than Draven. Draven is a nightmare. I think I get rid of it. I mean, the Brittle Steel can destroy an axe, but... How important is the axe? Okay, so I think I want to lead off with the Mournful Witness, actually. Or maybe the Crab and play Jin. No, I think we just lead off with the Mournful Witness. Travis bigot fan. Okay. We don't want to play into Falling Star, so developing Stellar Core now is a mistake. I don't know if we go in. I think we just deploy Jin and we hold back here. The stage is set. I don't have good outs to Elder Dragon in this deck. I mean, the moment it attacks me, I can get out of the way, and then I can use Pendulum to just 1v1 it. Like, I can go up to 10 might. I can 100% go up to 10 might. I can use this Star Spring against them, and I can just start unloading units here. And I think I will do that. I think I'm going to start off by... If I'm gonna empower, why is it always takes the left one? Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to empower Jin, and then I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna place him there. I'm gonna place something and move him again. So I'm going to empower her, take away a rune there. And then I'm going to move here. 1 energy, 1 power, and then I'm going to trigger her and move him back. 1 energy, 1 power. Then I'm going to move back here for 1 energy, 1 power. And then I'm going to pass focus, and I'm going to conquer. Now we have a total of 6 energy. Let's keep that in mind. 6 energy to make our plays. I can deploy the Stellarcorn Herder because I can move her. Or I can deploy the crab. I'm worried about a... No, this is fine. I'm going to do this. I'm going to play the Stellarcorn Herder. Which allows me to move this back and generate another energy, another power. I'm going to move the Mournful Witness here. And then I'm going to play the Scuttle Crab here. To draw a card. There's a back off. So I should have moved that first. And now what am I hiding? Do I just hide Emperor? I probably just hide Emperor's Divide. Even though I'm going to give him a draw. I'm gonna pay 1, I'm gonna hide Emperor's Divide. I'm going to give them a draw, but I'm also gonna draw myself, and I'm gonna potentially trigger the Mournful Witness. They could Falling Star, but then they don't get to draw, right? Like if they Falling Star, they don't get to draw, and I still get to draw a card. And they don't have a clean attack here either. Like, if they go with everything and they pass, I could just kill the Vex, right? I have 5 might, and that's the key thing here. I have 5 might, so I can just chill. Because if they send in the Vex alone... then I can kill her. If they send Vex in over Zealous Fan and they pass, maybe I just give them the pass, to be honest. So they're going to trade with this. And I'm okay with that. Because getting rid of the overzealous fan is important. They could have a hard bargain. Definitely. But we traded 2-drop for 2-drop there, and I'm still not giving them the draw. And now I'm going to go for Emperor's Divide. And what this accomplished, we both draw. But what this accomplished is we got rid of the overzealous fan. Okay. They get rid of the Stellacorn, and we're gonna take a look. All units, except for perfect execution. And they developed that there. Where is my falling star is the question. So that is a perfect execution and a Gus Monk. The Gus Monk can come in and target a card in my graveyard, which denies me my flow, right? To give a unit assault. So how do we approach this? We're going to be able to generate 9 mana this turn, which means we can drop AKALI and we can drop Herder. And we can back off as well. Okay, so let me move here. And then trigger this to move you back. Go up to 2 and 2. I'm also at 5. And, no, we have 10 mana. Which means we can defy the perfect execution. I can play AKALI because AKALI directly trades with these really well. So I'm going to play AKALI here, which moves my Jin back, generating me another power, another energy. I pay 4 to develop Stellacorn in the base. And then I pay 1 to hide back off. We can defy and we can on guard this turn. Okay, so I'm going to pay 1. And I'm going to on guard. No. Focus goes. I don't pass. Okay, they pass. Yeah, I have to back off. Very nice. And now when they play perfect execution, I can defy it. Cinema. Absolute cinema. Holy shit, that was amazing. Okay, so now I'm gonna go Stellacorn here to draw a card, and I'm going to tap her to bring her back. And draw a card. She has 4 might. I kind of want to deal with this. If I move here back and forth. Okay, so let's think for a moment. I want to remove this Vex with this charm. So the way we do this is we can use the shuriken flip. Burning a lot of power here. Is there a way for me to do it with this? I think no. I think I just have to burn 4 runes, maybe even more. Unless I just use the because for 1 mana, what are they gonna have? I just go with Stellacorn, and I just combine Discipline with that. Or no, I just go with the Djinn. Yeah. I move here to draw a card because I have Emperor's Divide. I can move back here. And I play slow and steady. I probably should have kept the Akali, to be honest, on the battlefield, but it's fine. We have double Emperor's Divide. We're good. Like, I could have just moved that, but I'm preserving more mana by doing this, but I do lose my discipline, so it's... So, I guess, I mean, I'm drawing them a lot, but it's fine. I draw 2. We go to that. Yep, no problem. No problem. All good. All good, my man. I can't really trigger Stellarcorn like I want to here, but again, I don't really need to. I can just move my Jin back for now. Generate 1 energy and 1 power. I can deal with that Kaisa in the back. I just need to go to 6, so I just go in with you and I kill you here. And then I move here. With my Stellarcorn, I draw. I play Falling Star on this. I play Jin here and move my Stellarcorn back and draw a card. I don't want to draw off the Stellarcorn because at this point I find it more valuable to prevent my opponent from drawing. If I go in with Stellarcorn and I go back, I draw them a card. And I think the less amount of... because they have a lot of runes, right? So the less amount of cards they have, I already like the cards that I have. And I'd rather keep my Shuriken. Like, I don't feel the... I just don't feel the need to draw a shitload more. Like, I have the cards that I need. I have the ganking with this, so I just pay 1. Yep. Okay, Decree of Focus. It's time to test the Decree of Focus. What else do we want? Piercing Light seems quite good against Raven. With all their 2-drops and stuff, like it's the kind of card. Not So Fast also feels good. Thwonk is also important. We're going second, so I like the use of AKALI Deadly Weapon. But I still want this AKALI. Pendulum Blade is also important in this kind of matchup, I think. It allows me to break through their blocks easily. So that's a lot of cards. I don't know if I can fit all of those, to be honest. We'll see. We're going second, so I can drop a 2-drop first. I'm not so crazy about Scuttle Crab in this matchup. It just gives them a lot of juice. I have a turn 1 play, so I can drop a couple of Scuttle Crabs, to be honest. I have a few less units, but I think it's fine, because I'm going to play my AKALI going first anyways. I can drop the Brittle Steel. I just don't think it's very good. Charm is pretty damn decent, to be honest. Emperor's Divide is not so great. I mean, it gives them... It allows me to go in and out, which is nice, but it also gives them draw, right? Maybe the correct play was to let them draw that. Maybe I'm putting in too much stuff. Like, not so fast. How important is that? How important is Defy? I think I can drop one Defy for one not so fast because I do want the Decrees of Focus, and then I need to take out 2 more cards. I want the stuns. I think I can drop Emperor's Divide down to 1. It's just not very good here. I can resort to my Decree of Focus to try to defend instead. I do need to preserve my board, though. I have a lot of combat tricks to do that, though. So, what about... I mean, Charm seems important. Maybe I drop 1 Zanya's. I go with the Void Gate game plan and the Akali game plan. Let's see how this works out. Maybe I made the deck worse. There's an argument for that. Definitely want to keep Akali. Poro is nice, but I think we can mulligan it. For another Poro. This slows them down considerably. I could Falling Star the Kaisa. Like, they're gonna draw a lot if I don't do anything here. Like, if I kill the Kaisa, I prevent 2 card draw. And I think that is warranted. But if I drop that and I drop the Poro... I'm vulnerable to Falling Star. Fuck. This is a dilemma. Because I don't want to burn 3 power to clear this board. This turn is hard. This turn is very hard. Because the card draw is just a lot. I think I'm going to play... I think I'm just going to allow this, to be honest. I feel like I just have to deal with that. I don't want to blow out my runes like this and play into a Falling Star and just get cooked, you know? That's the problem. The threat of Falling Star, like, it's just too brutal. This makes Falling Star very awkward, but they get to draw 2 cards. That sucks. That really sucks. But I just feel like playing into that just loses me the game automatically. A shuriken would be great. Okay, another Kaisa. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, right? Okay, let's think about this. I can just send in Jin here and get the extra power. Yeah, that's a smart play. That's a smart play. They want my Jin there. Okay, so... If I just by empowering Akali, I get to clear this. I don't score a point, but I get to clear this without having to empower my Akali yet. But I get to draw a card otherwise. But the problem is, if I do this, this entire shenanigan costs me 3 power, which sets me back. Because I really want to get rid of that. The problem is a falling star clears me. But I can hide the... But that is so expensive. Okay, fuck it. Empower Akali, so she's 4, because now falling star doesn't clear me. And then I can empower her so that I can score and draw. Prove. There's a thwonk. There's a thwonk. Bro, if I delete 3 runes, if I just run out of runes, then we're in big trouble. But I can get this out of the way. Fuck it, do we do it? I'm just missing. I'm missing like 1 might to be able to clear this goddamn Kaisa. But I can generate absurd amounts of energy next turn with him, so I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pay 2, YOLO. Even though I had the thwonk, to be honest, I think I derped with that. I think I derp with that, to be honest. I think I derped here. But I won't be burning, as long as this Jin stays alive, I won't be burning news. I think I could have just preserved the Thwonk in hand, but then a hard bargain counters me. But then they just trade, right? Now the fact that I'm out of star, like if they try to falling star to clear the Jin, I have the counter with the Emperor's Divide. But I could have just held on to the mana and used Thwonk instead, because I have Thwonk, and just hide the Emperor's Divide, and then I would have two more runes next turn. Why hide Emperors? Because there's a lot of things that go wrong here. Like, I really don't want to lose my Jin by going for this, but there's an argument for, like, resorting to the Thwonk instead. But I should have just preserved the Thwonk, I think. I think this was a mistake. I think this was clearly a mistake. I think I just give him a draw. What if I play Stellarcorn? What if I play Stellarcorn here? And then I Emperor's Divide back. And then I attack with the Jin twice. I generate 1, 2, 3. 3 energy, potentially 4. I draw 1 card. And if I can find something to kill this, then it'll be worth, you know? But I don't, so I just generate this. I think I just draw them 1 card. Yep. I think I'm butchering this game, to be honest. I think the Thwonk was the play. I think the Thwonk was definitely the play. I think throwing this Falling Star too early cost me. I went down here, I went up here, and I generated 3. I generated 3, okay, so... The fact that this should be, if this was a, like, I misused this card, because now I could play a back off here. I could have played a back off here. Yeah, this feels bad. This feels bad, man. This feels real bad. I think I butchered this game. This game is a learning experience. Like, I think dropping down so many runes is just a bad call. Now I'm just fundamentally behind. Like, not being able to deal with the Darius really sucked there. I basically need to find... Like, I'm just drawing them so much. Losing the Falling Star here was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, we're cooked. Oof, we're so cooked. We are so cooked. I could have just pushed this over here and tried to find a way without drawing them the card, but now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. GG. Next. I goofed big time. What was I missing there? I just consumed too much energy. It's fine. Like, we made the mistake. I mean, we missed the Pendulum Blade. Like, having Pendulum Blade allows us to easily break through those kind of things. We misused our Thwonk as well. I'm going down to 8 2-drops. So hopefully that doesn't bite me in the ass. Okay, we do find the Lonely Poro. We have the Stellarcorn Herder. We have the Shuriken Flip. We have the Defy. They have a bunch of Gus. I think keeping the Defy is important. Let's just lock it in. The problem with this hand is that we don't have like, we need to find Jin. So maybe I should mulligan more aggressively, but the Shuriken Flip really helps us. Okay. Let's see if they find the Noxus Hopeful. Okay, no Noxus Hopeful. I can discard the Shuriken Flip since I can use it later. I don't want to play into a Falling Star, so I think I'm... Going to go here. And I'm going to discard. Discipline can be useful. Defy can be useful. I'm gonna discard the shuriken flip. I really want to... Problem is playing into Falling Star, so maybe keeping this hand was a mistake. They're gonna play Kaisa, they're gonna capitalize on us not spending any mana. Good play by them, but we kind of had to do that. Now the shuriken flip kind of makes sense. It allows us to go to 3 and prevent them from going to... Like, now I regret taking out the shuriken. Was this Stellacorn? Was Stellacorn the discard? Like, I didn't want to believe it, but I think it was. I think it was. Defy was the discard. Sorry. I could back off into Defy, though. Like, they have Gust. I don't like Defy because I could back off into Defy. I think I have to play this. Nice. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry for being slow. This matchup is tricky. Okay, so at least they're not mad at me for taking my time because I'm taking a lot of time here. What if I just So if they conquer here, they're going to be able to do quite a bit. If I clear this board, I slow them down. I should not have discarded the Shuriken Flow. That was so stupid of me. I would have been able to Shuriken Flow into... I mean, I can't protect the Stellacorn anyways. So, fuck it. I think we just developed the Pendulum Blade this turn. See, they have a Gust. And if they have a Gust, what do we do? Okay. Banish this. It's not the end of the world. I think now we move back and we play the Pendulum Blade. Yeah, okay. Discard Bryn here, okay. We can't stop the rebuke is the problem. So they're gonna swap those two, okay, that makes sense. Darius, okay. Big boy plays there. We kind of want to score here. While developing AKALI, because AKALI allows us to threaten them. We have the back off as well. Yeah, I think Stellarcorn was a discard actually, because defies him. I think Stellarcorn was a card to discard because I'm not. She's not great here because setting up AKALI for next turn, getting rid of this unit, getting a kill, discarding one of the Stellarcorns is, I think, the play. So before anything, let's burn one energy and equip this. And come in here and score our points. Because if I find Jhin, I think I prioritize Jhin. If I find Charm, I can get rid of Darius. I think I may deploy the Scuttle Crab as well. Just so that I have an option. I also see what I draw. We find Kaisa. Kaisa's nice, but for now we just deploy Jhin. I could have also used this turn to empower my AKALI, to be honest. Let's see how useful this Scuttle Crab is. I think I could have used this turn to empower my AKALI. I'm at 4. I'm getting close to the finish line, but I need to conquer more times, and this pendulum is going to help me do that. But there's the threat of rebuke, which makes me think there's a good chance I should be playing the Shroud card. Shouldn't green AKALI be prioritized in this matchup? I have the pendulum is a thing. I have the pendulum, and the pendulum allows me to okay. And they want to play around that, okay. So they just nuked to kill Jhin, so maybe I should have just dropped AKALI because she's more menacing, but at the same time, maybe I can capitalize on their... Rebuke is the problem here. Yeah, maybe I overvalued Jin. They have a switcheroo that they just dropped. They have a switcheroo that they just literally dropped on us. Yeah, discarding that card cost me big, because I would have been able to develop more. I should have played AKALI earlier. I think this is it for us. I think this is my cost. It's disappointing. I played the first game well, but I think the next two games I misplayed. It's a learning experience, though. It's a very tough matchup. I didn't find my damn... Yeah, I should have brought AKALI. I know. I should have brought AKALI in. It's just that AKALI gets rebuked as well, so rebuke is still a problem. And I didn't figure they would go for a falling star, but that wasn't the biggest misplay. The biggest misplay this game was discarding the knowing they have a 2-drop. It was discarding the shuriken. That was the biggest misplay we went for. That was our downfall. That was my biggest derp here. And yes, AKALI last turn would have been better. Still vulnerable to rebuke, but still would have been better anyways, yes. I agree. I just figured with the pendulum I would be able to shake things. Yeah, I should have played Shroud as well. Like, I didn't sideboard in Shroud. There's been a lot of mistakes here. I just have to figure out my game plan better because there's a lot of cards that I bring in. I didn't draw into my decrees either. Sorry. It's pretty much game. GG's. Yeah, I need to get out of this game and refresh mentally. Let's go for another one. It's a learning experience. That game was a learning experience. I definitely mispiloted in games 2 and 3. Like, game 2, I just blew out my runes when I had a thwonk. And then I just couldn't recover from that. In game 3, like, my discard was wrong, and then I didn't develop AKALI. I don't think the AKALI thing mattered. I think what mattered really was the shuriken. We're going second against Vex. Vex is a deck we need to really break against. I'm gonna drop the back off and the Zanyas, and I'm gonna... there's a chance that I actually miss a play. Oh my god. Well, that's just brutal. That's actually brutal. That is so brutal. Mog suggesting looking up in chat about the Draven draws. What do you mean about the Draven draws? What is your point? Yeah, I should have probably empowered the legend. I'm honestly, guys, I'm just a little bit tilted. Okay, like I played that last series bad, and now I missed a play to make. I don't know if empowering AKALI is correct there though, because I dropped down one rune on my first turn, and I don't like that. You were intentionally moving Jin Stella into the Draven draws instead of empty locations? Was I actually doing that? Are you sure I was doing that? I don't recall doing that. If I did that, it was on a battlefield that I held. If I did that, it was in a battlefield that I held, and I couldn't. There's no showdown in a battlefield that I hold. I did do that, but that's when I held in a battlefield. If I've already scored in the battlefield, there's no showdown. You have a showdown in a battlefield. If you don't control it and you already scored there. What's the point of the showdown if I can't score a point? If I'm not threatening a point, why is a showdown happening? Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, so I have I'm just so tilted. What if I just try to push this with a charm? Hi. But honestly, like, I would have had one less rune, but I would have had 5 runes, so I should have just empowered AKALI. I'm just so tilted, bro. I'm just so tilted. Jesus Christ, I'm so tilted. I don't think I can afford to do that, right? I think I just go with 6. I think I just go to win this combat, because if I get stunned or something. Yeah, thinking. Yeah, thinking. Sorry. I'm forced to play this. And then if the showdown happens, then I just retreat with AKALI. So I'm gonna go with this, with On Guard. First, see if they react to this. And then I'm gonna walk in with 8 might. I'm gonna pass focus. And they go for a switcheroo. Approved. So I go down to 6, they go down to 8. I could have just threatened to trade with this, to be honest. If I had empowered AKALI, this play wouldn't work for them. I think going for this and that just sets me up to lose, so I'm just gonna return her. And then I'm just gonna deploy Kaisa. Fuck it. I don't know. I'm winning this game. Like, I butchered this game from the beginning, missing that attack, and then not empowering on turn 3 was stupid. I would have been with 5 runes, but I still would have had, like, an AKALI setup with my... Yeah, like, I just goofed. I should have just empowered. I'm tilted. So I'm going to put some Ionia music to try to chill me a little bit, because the Noxus is just enhancing my despair. Okay, so I didn't know that. I didn't know that if I go into a battlefield that I don't control, a showdown happens. I did not know that, so it's very important to learn that. Okay, so that makes things easier. That gives us hope. Even if I blow out like 3 runes in the process, that definitely gives us hope. You have 7 might, 9 might. If I go in, 6, 8. And then I just discipline, yeah. So we're gonna go here. Actually, wait. No, wait. Sorry, wait. Never mind. If I go here and I go back, I go from 5, 7, 9. So it doesn't make a difference. So I need the 8. So yeah, sorry, yeah. Pass focus. Because I want to draw here. Okay, Brittle Steel. I'm going to just empower my AKALI. I'm going to move in here with the thing. Go to 5, trigger this, move back, go to 8. As I go back in, and then I'm going to pay 2, and I'm going to discipline to go to 10. Pass focus. And then we pay 1 with we have 4 red, 3 green, so we're gonna drop 1 red, 1 green, and we're gonna charm this over here. And at this point, I don't see them like actually. I'm just gonna develop this here. Because I don't like Vex sucks at accelerating. And with this Mournful Witness, if they somehow manage to accelerate into me, like she will still be able to. Okay. Anything from my treasure. I'll banish the charm. Do they have Ride the Wind? Maybe, I mean, to be fair, it's likely they have a Defy. That Empower play was a little bit greedy. Very greedy, actually. So this thing has, like, technically this thing has 6 attack. Which makes a Ride the Wind into a Discipline enough to trade into me. So, okay. They're gonna hide a card there. Okay. So now I go for the shuriken flip here. And I try to defy their defy. Sure. And now I just try to play it again. Beautiful. And I just move. Just move her. And then I move back. Because there was no combat there, and I just deploy another one. Draven and that, okay. Now we gotta try to... We gotta double conquer and then set up for a kill, right? But we want to try to hold on them. So the way we do this, how do we do this? We have the... I can always use the charm offensively later. Because as of now, I mean, maybe this card, like, what if they play like a Vile Maw? Yeah, sorry. What's the appropriate play here? Because they could have a Ride the Wind. We double conquer and then we set up a kill with the Emperor's Divide as the way. We don't play Emperor. We don't hide Emperor's Divide, so we can use it on whatever battlefield we want. So we go here first. We go here after. Okay. That's fine, approved. Then we go here and we conquer, and then we use the charm because without any board presence, they can't really do anything. So we pay one and we charm here. And then she's empowered, which makes her 4. And then we deploy AKALI here. And we pay 1 to hide you. GG. We actually won this. Holy shit. I mean, it was that play with the it was the steel pause. The secret evil plan. Yeah. You could say that was a meow steak. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna drop this. Put this actually. I'm gonna play AKALI because AKALI can do a lot. I'm gonna swap to her, but I also want to play AKALI silent. Not so fast. Can be quite important. Twilight Shroud is definitely good. Like, I need to be playing that more. I also like the not so fast. I don't quite like the back off, to be honest. The Zanyas is also pretty meh. Like, it doesn't really do much. And the same can be said for the Brittle Steel. Maybe one Zanya's. Because I'm playing the AKALI, I can drop some of the 2 drops, and I think I'm gonna drop a Scuttle Crab. Is it worth to, like, Piercing Light gets the fight is the problem. I think I'm gonna go with this. And I'm gonna bring in the Void Gate. Catastrophic. Yeah. That's better. Okay, so we do want the AKALI. Kaisa is also decent. This hand is a bit power hungry though. I do like the Shuriken flip with AKALI. What is this hand missing? The charm is always useful. Especially like pushing things back, dealing with their back end is good. The Shuriken flip is always useful, and they have Vex, so Kaisa's not great. So I could see myself deploying her. What are my plays going to be like? It's going to be AKALI going second, and then I'm going to deploy. Then they're going to conquer here. They're going to play Vex with backup support, which renders the Kaisa useless for that turn. The charm is also kind of sus. I think I'm going to mulligan these 2. I need some more options. I need to be able to not be vulnerable to certain things. I think just empowering AKALI offering up a trade and then reacting to that. The problem with AKALI is that they just triggered that. So what if I just come in, I just use my Rogue Assassin ability to clear that, and I go on from there. I clear this. So I come in, I clear that, I don't spend any mana doing so, and then I have plays, because then I can potentially do this into this or something like that. Okay. For 2 mana, what can they do? Don't I just deploy AKALI? Instead of trying to break through immediately, just kill that for free. Maybe it's better to just try to go in with this and try to defy their defy. But the problem is if they do that and defy and they have the 1 mana stun, then I'm kind of fucked. But this AKALI does a lot. Interesting. So I regret taking out the charm. I regret taking out the charm. I think maybe I should have tried to clear that. They can defy my plays. But I have defy for the Emperor's Divide. So I'm gonna come in. Am I going to deploy the Scuttle Crab there? Or in the backup? I think in the backup makes more sense, because then I can just bop it afterwards. Have more control over that, so I'm going to play this here. So I should have played this first. Okay, so... I can deploy her. And still have a bunch of men open. Like, I don't think hiding the Emperor's Divide... I mean, if I hide the Emperor's Divide, what does this accomplish? What it accomplishes is it allows me to play Discipline. Because if Emperor of Divide fails and I go for a Defy, I can't do anything else. So I think I do have to hide here. I think I have to keep my options open. Maybe I am playing it too safe, but I think having all this mana open matters a lot with the double discipline and the like. It just gives me a lot of reactive plays. And if not, I can just Emperor's Divide to swap over to the other place, and all of a sudden, like, I have a lot of power. This thing, in order to empower this, it costs 6 and 2 power, but obviously they're playing the 3 mana spell that allows them to empower it. which we could potentially defy, but we're running low on resources, so we got to keep that in mind. The problem with Vex and the Void Gate is that I don't quite... I mean, if I pick up Falling Star, it still costs me a kidney, but... They sanctioned this, which allows them to play something. I think I just let that happen. I think I need to have Defy for other options. So I'm going to burn. Wait. Yes, it's me. Okay, so one more. Okay, so to trash, to trash, to trash. They get a Stellar Corn. I like this Twilight Shroud. This Twilight Shroud does a lot. I keep the Defy for something else. Like, I feel like Defy is gonna matter. So I learned something, like, with that, like, that I can actually, even if I hold in a battlefield, I can go there and I can do that. So that's just something that I didn't know. So that's important. Okay, so they play Fizz. Approve, and they're going to disempower a unit that is empowered. I mean, at this point, we do try to defy this, right? Because we have a decent amount of units and they can hit something. Yeah, I think we just defy this. Okay. They had a card there, and we can do some serious shit here. Wait, what? It doesn't work. No. It's countered. What? Oh. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, so you disempower after. Okay. Another shuriken flip. So I think we can go with the shroud. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Can we can actually do that without triggering this. If we do 2-2, and then, okay, so I'm going to play the flow, and I'm going to give it to this. I'm going to play this. And I should be able to clear this way. Unless I just go for the shirk and flip here. Deal 2 and then deal... I need to think. Because maybe I don't have to resort to AKALI. This turn is complex because of the void gate. I can double ping that. I no longer have a defy, but I can use the shroud. The thing is, what am I using the shroud on? Because I kind of want to. I want to preserve this. I want to preserve this Emperor's Divide here to prevent them from blocking there. And I think AKALI may be enough. If I empower her, and then I do that, and I go up to 4, and I go for the shroud. Yeah, let's try that. If I empower her and I go for the shroud, but that's just like a lot of mana though. Let me think about this. If I empower her and I just come in and come out, boom, boom. If I give her +1, I don't necessarily need to empower her. So if I give her +1 and then I... Yeah, let's do this. So I'm going to pay 2. So I go to 5, I'm empowered. And then I pay 1 in this, and I play here, here. Okay. One, 2, 3. Okay, so trash, trash, trash. Okay. Okay. And then I can trigger AKALI to move back and hit this. It's a lot of might they added. If I come in, I trade with these two at the expense of one of my runes. So I can send in the Scuttle Crab. To take a look at their hand. So they have Ride the Wind, they have, so they can literally only play Switcheroo. And Ride the Wind, okay. So Switcheroo and Ride the Wind are options. So if they do that, if they play Switcheroo to preserve the unit, I can clean up with AKALI, but that's gonna cost me. So let me just take a screen cap of that, okay. So I bring this in, they play, no, they can't switcheroo me, never mind, they can't switcheroo me. Like this 100% trades. Unless I trigger her twice and I lose 2 of that, and then I just conquer there. I feel like is it worth me dropping down to 2 runes to do this? Because if I ping one of these and ping that, I get to conquer with that. I think it 100% is. It's a blow up, but I clear both of these. They have no play. Like, they can actually just ride the wind here to try to... I mean, they can ride the wind to move the unit away is the thing. They can ride the wind to move the unit away. So I want that to be Jin, right? Because Jin can generate them mana and power. Allow them to play stuff for free. So I think I just because if I go in here to trade with these two, maybe that's the play. Just trade these two. And preserve this for later. Losing her kind of sucks though, because then she's really fucking good. So I think it is worth to, yeah, fuck it. Actually, never mind. I can't afford to do that. Sorry. Yeah. Never mind. Deflect. I can't. That's way too expensive. That's ridiculous. No, I just have to go in here and I have to ping you while sacking a rune. Three damage. If I would have sent in the crab earlier, I could have done some things, like, but I needed her to not be targetable. Yeah, see, this game I'm playing super slow. Like, this game is just got really complicated. I'm also just kind of like, I'm at that point where my brain is a bit fried. And that Draven game still haunts me. But it was, I have to look at it as like, you know, it's a valuable lesson. Like, I learned the mechanic that I wasn't sure about. Like, I had no idea. I had no idea that I could actually bounce off of battlefield. So I gave him a lot of draws. So I definitely, like, the Draven matchup is definitely winnable. Okay. Okay, so they spent that power. I'm gonna take these two out. And then I can use the shuriken just to clear this to make sure they stop drawing. So I kind of want to prevent them from conquering here, so it's probably better for me. I mean, I get the boost after. But, what am I moving? Because I let them they have a switcheroo. So I am just gonna move this here. And then I'm gonna move back. Because otherwise they can do some nasty things. Ah, but they have charm. So I lose out on my Emperor's Divide there. So I can just move her back and then move here and then she dies. And they have switcheroo. But I can always just like force a switcheroo and then get out of there. I don't think empowering my AKALI makes any sense now. I think we just come in here. They may just use a star-crossed. That's fine. What should I play now? Still AKALI. So they have Switcheroo, they have Charm, and then they have Fizz and 2 more cards. Maybe it was better to play this, the Matriarch, okay. With the Matriarch, what can they return? They can return the Tornado thing. That's pretty much it for now. But if I go into... This game got really complicated. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I mean that unit just went crazy on me, right? Can't. You can't do that. No problem. Kali is not vulnerable to Fizz shenanigans, which is really important. Okay. She gets assault. Pass focus. I'm gonna pay 2 and I'm gonna play discipline here. Okay. I'm gonna play 2 and I'm gonna play discipline again. I know they have a charm and I know what their hand is. Okay. Yep. Charm, switcheroo, fizz, something. Fizz can play Ride the Wind. Stack deck, okay. Okay. Switcheroo. And we know the last card has to be Charm, right? Or did they play the Charm earlier? They probably played the Charm earlier. I need to draw like crazy here. But we have to deal with a switcheroo that's problematic. What if I just come in here, go back, and then go in and draw a bunch of cards? I think that's the way. I'm gonna empower. Probably gonna need more red because I need a falling star. That's what I need. So I'm gonna go in here with Stellar Corn. I'm gonna draw. And then I'm gonna trigger it here. Resolves. Because the problem is until I find an answer to the switcheroo. Oh, so the switcheroo is in hand. Oh, shit. Okay, so disempowered at the end of the turn. Okay. So if I go for... I need to clear as many units as I possibly can here. If I go for an on guard, I can clear 2 units. The overzealous fan and potentially the fizz. Because we know they have a switcheroo in hand. So I think I go for that. I think I go for that. Just to clear a couple of units. And I think I just deploy this Stellar Corn, to be honest. I think I deploy the Stellar Corn again. Because I just need to find Falling Star. Like, I have 3 Falling Stars and I haven't been able to draw them, but Falling Star allows me to really clear this mess. I have the 5 for like a Star-Crossed. I have tools here. This is the longest game of my life, bro. Jesus Christ. I need Falling Star. Okay. Okay. So they play switcheroo. We approve, and then this becomes 0 might, and that becomes 3. So in response, I bring back Stellacorn, and I draw another card. Where are my fucking falling stars, man? Holy shit. Holy fuck. I think I try to move the Stellacorn to this side because I can just play this with this and I can clear that. Nah, man. I think I play Jin and I trigger the thing so that I can actually conquer with Jin and then preserve, like I can actually play double Jin to protect. I could also just try to fish for it, man. I mean, double Jin defeats that. And that gives me the ability to play that and Poro, and that allows me to defend against both. Yeah, that's the play. So I play you. I play you. I play you. No target. One of these cats is useless because only one of them is going to be able to transform. They're literally top decking one card. We generate 1 energy and 1 power by doing so, which means we have 6 mana. And I think the way to play this is quite simple. We develop Jin here. We play Poro here. And we pray. I mean, they literally can't conquer that way. Emperor's Divide, like, defeats the purpose. We want to prevent them from... Because I took away the stuns. I took away the stuns, so there's no purpose in doing that. But I mean, there's also no purpose in not hiding it because we could try to find something. So I'm going to pay 1 of this. I'm going to hide this in the place where it's more likely, because it can draw us a card. And then we pass and we untap 2 and we pray. Now with this defensive setup, we cannot lose to the cat empowering itself, and we have Defy in case they have the spell that empowers it. but that pretty much translates in the same scenario. We have a defy here, which really matters, and I think this secures it. So this is the best play because we can, like, our pendulums are just not, like, all of a sudden this turned into a game where the Vex deck is threatening to conquer me. This has been a like, this my brain is so fried. My brain is so fried. But I think I see the finish line here. Like, I don't know what they could possibly top deck that would win them the game. Like, I just do not understand what card that could be. Oh my, okay. There we go. Because we just let that happen. Longest game of my career, bro. 51 minutes. That is ridiculous. I mean, this wouldn't have been a draw because I won the first game. So as long as they didn't get out tempoed, like, this would not have been a draw. Ah, bro, my falling stars. Nope. I mean, this draws me a not so fast. So that play made sense because I could move my Stellarcorn top deck. Where the fuck were my falling stars? There, like, bottom 10 cards on my deck. Omega lol. Omega fucking lol. $51 for best of one. This was game 2, so this would have gone to time. So that also means I have to play faster. When I'm narrating, I'm a little bit slower, but I have to play faster. As you can see, like, I still have. I mean, this matchup was really fucking complicated because they got their turbo combo off, and we just could not stop it. And they just got a lot of value out of that thing. And something happened early on where we just didn't really have much board presence. And you know, like, they just had a bunch of different cards that just, like, the switcheroos and the this and that, and I also drew really awkwardly. I gotta work on my mulligan game because I think mulliganing away the charm was a mistake. If I had charm in hand, I would have been able to deal with that. I just did not expect that fucking unit. But if I had charm, if I kept charm in my hand, they played that unit, I charm it and I get rid of it. And I don't have to deal with none of that nonsense. Like, that thing spawned a Stellarcorn and a Djinn for them. Like, it was insane value. It's really fun. It's a really fun concept. But you know, I also need to learn how to play against, like, rogue strategies like this. Because that shit snowballed. Like, that was the apocalypse, bro. Like, the amount of value they got out of that shit was like, and I couldn't draw my falling stars. And that game, that was like the hardest game of my life out of nowhere. But I mean, we still 2-0'd. We 2-0'd them, missing our unit while going second in game 1. When I should have empowered AKALI, but I didn't because I was tilted from the Draven game. But the good thing is, like, now I know that rule. Now I know that I can actually move out of a battlefield and I initiate a showdown there. That changes everything against Draven, because we dominated them game 1. And I just fucked up games 2 and 3. It's just a tricky matchup, but now that I know that, I can play it a lot more efficiently. I can actually draw well. I can actually use my Djinn without drawing them cards. Like, I drew them a bunch of cards because I didn't know that. And just evaluate those games, go back to the drawing board and practice more against the deck. And I think the Draven matchup can be a lot better. We also didn't draw Decree of Focus, which makes the matchup a lot easier. But it's mostly that. It's mostly like figuring out like that matchup. I also want to practice against Aurora. You know, we do got the main deck Brittle Steel, which does come into play sometimes. We had some good games today, but the Draven match definitely tilted the fuck out of me. And we went at it for over 6 hours today. What are the rules you got for Draven? I wasn't there. So basically, not for Draven. It's just that what I didn't know that if I hold in a battlefield and I move out of that battlefield and I walk in with another unit, a showdown begins. I did not know that. I thought that when you held the battlefield, you would not initiate a showdown, regardless that turn. So because I didn't know this, particularly against Draven, I was walking into the battlefield where they had a unit and to trigger my AKALI to trigger my effects and drawing them a card in the process. The battlefield needs to be empty, but I just did not know that. Didn't shuffle the deck before the game? Yeah, Grappler. I don't know, bro. The deck feels great. I'm happy with my piloting. Like, I think I'm really getting there. Like, I can't be sad about how I played these games like these days. Like, I've been playing for like what, 4 days, and I've lost like 3 series or something like that. Yeah, like 3. So, like, the deck is killing it. And it's very exciting because I know that I'm still not where I need to be with it. Like, I still have to improve my piloting and my decision making, my speed. The deck does allow me to rope a little bit more, but I have to rope less. I rope more when I'm talking, though. Like, if I'm just like fully focused, I do play faster. But I still gotta speed up my decisions. I gotta really get to the core of how the deck functions, make sure that I make the appropriate play. It's just a very complex game. Like, Riftbound is a very complex game, and there's so many decisions. Like that game against Draven where we discarded the Shuriken Flip. That game was like, we were meant to discard Stellacorn, perhaps Defy. Though I saw Gus, so I think I had to discard Stellacorn because I didn't have protection against Falling Star. And I couldn't play anytime soon. So I had to discard. It felt weird, but I had to discard the Stellacorn and not the Shuriken Flip, because that would have allowed me to play the Shuriken Flip and develop and have more energy to work with. Stellacorn or Defy, one of the two, essentially. So that would have made a huge difference in that game because I lost a lot of momentum having to replay from the graveyard. It's so beautiful how deep this game is, but it can also be exhausting because of that, you know. And today I think I played for a little bit too long because I'm playing while streaming, and that takes an extra toll. I gotta keep aiming for 4-hour streams. It's just that I got into a game, you know, it was a series that I got tilted with, and I went for a salty run back, and I had the longest series of my life. And here we are. But I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. I'm really happy with how it's going, and I'm happy with my progress, and we're gonna keep on going. I love this archetype, and we're gonna crush it in Barcelona. I just got here. Do one more, bro. I'm at my limit. I'm gonna chill. Love you. Have a soul day. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Really appreciate the support in the streams. And I'll see you guys around soon. I will be playing in a tournament this Saturday, so I think tomorrow I'm probably gonna take a chill. Maybe I stream, but it's likely I won't because I also gotta record some stuff as well. Get some videos out. And if I don't see you guys on Sunday, I'll see you guys on Monday. One of these days soon. Gonna be aiming to stream 5 days a week. I'll see you then.